Welcome to Constitution Day Live. We are so glad to have you here. We're coming to you live from Arlington, Virginia, just across the Potomac River from the seat of government created by the document we are celebrating today. The Bill of Rights Institute is a nonprofit whose educational organization whose mission is to engage, educate, and empower individuals with a passion for the freedom and opportunity that exist in a free society. So today is going to be a big day here at the Bill of Rights Institute. My name is Rachel Davison-Humphreys. I'm Director of Outreach here, and I'll be your host throughout the day. BRI is a teacher supporting organization, so we've designed today to be especially useful to teachers and students. We have a full day of programming for you with a special guest from historians to scholars. You can find the full list of our run of show today in all of our streams. We encourage you to submit your questions throughout the day, and we'll answer them live on air with our guests. Our first episode coming up now, so let's go. To start off our show, I am honored to introduce Dr. David Bobb, President of the Bill of Rights Institute.
Great to see you, Rachel. Great to be with you today.
It's a very exciting day. It's the start of all of our programming. And so David has been president here at BRI for 7 years now. And we've seen some incredible growth throughout that time, including this show, this annual event. So David, today is Constitution Day, and we wanted to start off with a discussion of what's the importance of Constitution Day?
Each day that I come into this office, which, as you said at the top of the show, is just across the Potomac River from Washington, D.C., I see the Marine Corps Memorial, the famous raising of the flag on Mount Suribachi from World War II. And some days I see more people out there looking at that beautiful scene, and sometimes they're soldiers. Sometimes there are people that have taken an oath to this document that we're celebrating today. The thing that I'm struck by is that there was something about that spirit in the document, something about the words there, something about the ideas in it that have caused not just soldiers and sailors, Marine Corps members, but for now more than 200 years, presidents, and those who wish to come to this country too. I saw a documentary recently, went back and viewed it. It's by Alexandra Pelosi, and it's called Citizen USA. It goes to a naturalization ceremony in each of the 50 states. And you know, the beautiful thing is their reflection as naturalized citizens on the day in which they take the oath is about liberty. It's about equality. It's about the two things that we're focusing on today. And that caused me to think of a friend who came to the United States from North Korea. Tia Han was not her real name and is not her real name. But what Tia experienced in her home country was something that is very foreign to those of us who have lived under the Constitution, and that is absolute and complete tyranny. Tia did not have the ability to enjoy any of the freedoms growing up. And so she wanted to escape, and she sought a better life such that she should go back and see at one point in the future a reunited Korea. I think that's the things that I'm thinking about today on Constitution Day.
So you mentioned liberty and equality, and you're a scholar of Frederick Douglass. So Frederick Douglass thought a lot about liberty and equality, especially as it relates to the Constitution. Can you tell us a little bit more about his understanding and kind of how we should think about it today?
Frederick Douglass is a person who had really a a love-hate relationship, you could say, but the hate came before, and I'll use that word advisedly, but it's one that I think he felt as a person who spent the first 20 years of his life under enslavement. Somebody who felt that that document and the things that were put into it did not apply to him. And he reflected on that after he escaped his captivity. And at first his thinking was, you know, there was a compromise made back in the forging of that document, that left behind too many people. And for a good long while in his adult life, that's the view that he took. As he gained more experience, and as he started reading the debates that led up to the crafting of that document, what Douglas came to realize is actually there was something more happening. That what looked on the face of it, a compromise that saw no possibility for people like him, what he saw is what he came to call a glorious liberty document. A glorious liberty document is a far cry from calling it a compact with the devil, a blood-soaked covenant. So I think what Douglas teaches us about liberty and equality is that there is in that document, despite the fact that it doesn't always seem to us that the Constitution lives up to the promise of the Declaration of Independence. There's something really profound in those words, we the people. Because what Douglas reflected on is something I think that we can see today, which is that there is a lot of alienation. There's a lot of dissension about this document. It's not always been one in which we've had as Americans a unity or a unanimity of understanding about the Constitution.
Right. So thinking about Douglas and this theme of liberty and equality in the Constitution, that was the theme we chose not only for this day, this is actually the culmination of our year study of liberty and equality, but what those two core concepts today, what should we be thinking about? What's their meaning?
You know, I think of, if we hearken back for a moment to 1852, Douglas started with the Declaration of Independence when he reflected on the Constitution. I know today we're going to talk about the relationship between those two documents, those two big ideas, liberty and equality. I'd refer everybody to a speech, even as you think about what's the significance for today, go back to 1852. Go back to that speech that Douglas gave, What to the Slave is the 4th of July. Because it's that tension that I talked about just a minute ago that he was living in this speech. And I think that's a tension that we're living out today. In the early part of the speech, he says, you know, this is your day, right? He's saying that he doesn't feel like he's part of the full American citizenship, because in fact, in 1852, he could not be. And I think there's a lot of Americans that are feeling that same thing today, that they don't feel part of the American promise. That for various reasons related to our history, present-day inequality, present-day deprivation of justice, that they feel like this day and other such civic celebrations do not include them. And I think as we reflect today, what we want to understand and really bring to this program and to the work that we do as teachers, the study that we do as students, is that there is the possibility of what Douglas called saving principles. Because in that same speech that he talked a lot about alienation, he also said, you know, there's something in this document, this glorious liberty document of the Constitution, which is the promise of liberty and equality for all, period. No exceptions. And Douglas felt, as he grew older and as he worked hard, that equality and liberty would accrue to all Americans, more and more seen, if you will, by those founding documents. And I think that's something that we really want to see happen today, that more and more of our fellow citizens in a huge nation, 330 million plus people, feel seen by the Constitution. We know that it has those saving principles in it. We hope that so many others can come to that knowledge as well.
Right. And we still have a little bit of time for our discussion. In your remarks, you're bringing up a lot of themes that we've been talking here at BRI about, specifically in our work with the Educating for American Democracy initiative. Can you talk a little bit about your work in that process and how the themes of liberty and equality really came out in Educating for American Democracy's framework?
Yeah, for the teachers and students who haven't seen this, just Google Educating for American Democracy. You'll find a big, what's called a roadmap. And what it really does is it takes civics and history and makes a double helix out of them. And the idea is, as you just said, Rachel, that liberty and equality are touchstone themes throughout. It points us over and over again in this roadmap to the fact that the Declaration laid out a promise, and that promise has at various points been more or less fulfilled. But that there's a journey, The Educating for American Democracy project brought together hundreds of individuals, scores of organizations, including the Bill of Rights Institute. I was honored to be part of the now 2 years' worth of deep deliberation, sometimes marked by a good degree of disagreement. And you know what I was continually reminded about throughout this process is the Constitution wasn't designed to get rid of disagreement, because after all, you can't do it. We're human beings. What it does do, though, is allow us to manage disagreement. And in forging this roadmap for teachers and students, I was reminded that Educating for American Democracy, as we go forward and try to bring it to really millions of school kids all across the country, it has that possibility of bringing a better sense of, okay, we're not going to agree on everything, but let's go back to those saving principles. Let's have discussions about how we can lay out even our disagreements. Talk about these tough issues. You know, if we're going to talk about immigration, if we're going to talk about the debates of the day, all of those things that are part and parcel of doing a good job of looking at history, warts and all, looking at civics with the good, the bad, and the ugly that's happening right now, today in this country and around the world. We need a common language to be able to do that. We need a common understanding of how we can work together to disagree, yes, but also agree around those core things. That, I think, is the path forward.
Absolutely. And we recently had a discussion with our home state here in Virginia with a number of teachers talking about civic engagement. So how can not only we learn about these core principles, but how can we act on them? And you had some thoughts about modern civic engagement. It's been in the news quite a bit, so a lot of teachers and students and citizens are thinking about what civic engagement means in America today. How does liberty and equality play into kind of thoughtful civic engagement?
Well, you know, it's funny. We're not we're early in the school year, but let's say you're a senior in high school right now. On commencement day, you might hear that now you're going to be entering the real world. College students hear that, some high school students do. Tell you what, that's wrong. You're in the real world now. You as a teenager are part of we the people. You don't even have to be of voting age. And the great thing about this country, and I think the great thing about civic education, something about which the Educating for American Democracy project, the work we do here at BRI, is designed to elevate the voices of young people, to tell you what is true, which is that you can make a difference right now. And history and civics requires a lot of study. We're convinced of that. We have a lot of resources that you can dig into. You need to read, study, learn, all of those important things. But the doing part is also vital. David McCullough likes to say to the founding generation, you know, it's not like they sat around and said at their time, isn't it great to be the founders? They did not know that their project, that this Constitution would be this many years on, marked and commemorated and even celebrated. They didn't know if it was going to be a success or a failure. So when you're sitting on the sidelines wondering, should I get involved in projects in my local communities, bringing my skills and talents to bear, think about the example of people like Douglas, of the suffragettes, of those who fought for civil rights in this country, of those who today are involved in shaping things and not sitting on the sidelines. Civic engagement and civic learning go hand in hand.
Absolutely. So to wrap us up, what is your, we're so grateful for everything that you do to support history and civics educators across the country, leading our organization. I recently had my 5-year anniversary here at BRI, which was a lot of fun yesterday. And I have to say that your leadership and the growth that we've seen in the past 5 years has been really powerful and impressive. So as we're launching Constitution Day 2021 into another year of uncertainty nationally, what is your message to educators and students today?
Well, I think, Rachel, as we were talking in marking your 5 years and really celebrating the energy that you bring to this space, thank you for teaching. You were a classroom teacher. You've extended those gifts and talents now to work like this. And the message that I'd have to educators all across this country is thank you for what you're doing. It is, without exception, the most vital thing that is happening in America today. If we are going to depolarize, if we are going to become less caustic, less divided in our rhetoric, not thinking of our fellow Americans as enemies, but as people with whom we can do a common thing. Your work is the most vital. And to students, I'd say, jump right in. Start today. You know, go over to a friend that you might have had an argument about, some political issue or something else. Seek out people with whom you disagree. Challenge yourself to get outside of the bubbles, because if we do that and young people lead the way, I think there's a way in which we can actually see the blessings of liberty, the promise of equality spread more and more in this country.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, David. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you do here at the Bill of Rights Institute and to get us to Constitution Day Live. So up next, if you'll come back in just a few minutes, we want to explore the themes of liberty and equality a little bit more. So I'm going to be joined with a discussion with my dear colleagues Gary Colletti and Kirk Higgins. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Rachel.
Hello to all our viewers across the country. We are so glad you're joining us today for Constitution Day Live. Remember that throughout today you can submit your questions on YouTube live stream or through Twitter or Facebook. So our theme this year is liberty and equality, and we wanted to take some time earlier in the day, very early for those of you on the West Coast, to explore that theme. I am joined by my friends, Kirk Higgins, BRI's Director of Content.
Hello and welcome.
And Gary Colletti, our Director of Teacher and Student Programs.
Hi
Welcome,
there.
gentlemen.
Happy Constitution Day.
Happy Constitution Day.
You may recognize these two gentlemen from past years as hosts of Constitution Day Live. Gary and Kirk, you've hosted and have been a big part of the production and development of today. So let's start out by talking about what makes Constitution Day special.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And really it comes down to me to an opportunity for a day to reflect on a government also a document that affects our everyday lives. And I think the last couple of years when Gary and I have been thinking about Constitution Day, it's kind of been thinking about that. We've gone through sort of what's the unum and e pluribus unum. And last year was United We Stand, question mark. And what we're really trying to get at, and I think David touched on this in his remarks, what's the point? Why do we have a Constitution? What does it do? How do we work towards getting to some kind of agreement? How do we, by voting and by speaking to each other, come to a place where we can have laws that we consent to and have, these different things that help hopefully preserve liberty and equality, which we'll be talking about today. So for me, it's about reflecting on that, thinking about how this all works together.
Absolutely. I mean, Constitution Day is a very clear thing, right? It is a time where schools across the country have programming that are reflecting on this document. And that's very important. Familiarity with the Constitution itself is absolutely essential. But what I think is so exciting about history and social studies are the big ideas, breaking it down in ways and taking a look at what are the concepts, the big questions that come out of it, the actions that have either supported or maybe been in conflict with this document. So basically, Constitution Day certainly celebrates and encourages familiarity with this document from the past, but then pushes further into what are these principles, right? What are these big ideas, these big questions that are reflected in it. And I think that's very cool.
Yeah. And so our theme that we chose was one of the biggest ideas that people have been thinking about and dealing with when it comes to our Constitution, which is these big concepts of liberty and equality. We've been looking at these throughout the whole past year. So why did we choose that? We kind of collectively as a group, as the directors at BRI, made this our theme for the year. So let's give some insight. How did we express that theme across BRI this past year?
Yeah, so like Gary mentioned, those ideas of liberty and equality sit at the heart of the Constitution because ostensibly the whole idea behind that government, even having a document that outlines how our government is supposed to operate, is to ensure that people can see it, people can understand it, people can challenge it when it's not living up to those things. So in essence, it's built to protect those big ideas and ensure that citizens are having their natural rights protected by the government. It's not being trampled over. So we wanted to get to that fundamental question. And so throughout the year, we've had really cool opportunities to explore that idea. So I've had conversations with educators where we've done readings from different individuals like President Calvin Coolidge, John Lewis, civil rights activist and later member of Congress, and Frederick Douglass, who David mentioned earlier, looking at these ideas and how they're expressed, how they're talked about, how they're thought about, and how they've been defended, debated, and fought over throughout our history. So it's been a lot of fun.
It has been fun. And from a practical point of view, you as students have many opportunities to interact with these big ideas. If we're talking about the principles of equality and justice, you may recognize that from our annual We the Students essay contest. If you're not familiar, we're launching another one in just a few weeks for next year. But it asks students to, like you, to wrestle with these big questions. Equality with a capital E, justice with a capital J. These are big philosophical ideas. Beyond that, it also connected to our Constitutional Academy. For those not familiar, that's a summer program for students where they also did incredible work on these concepts of equality and justice. Our teachers were involved in Summer Institute with the same thing. This is another program that we have. As well as you students can look for these big principles in our weekly Think the Vote debate platform on our website. So there's so many opportunities to get involved in the dialogue.
Right. And that's something we think a lot about, is that dialogue, right? Not only only in our conversation with history, our conversation with historical documents, but also in our conversations with each other. So how can people get involved in all these very cool things that we do?
Yeah, checking out our website and tuning in today.
Brand spanking new website that has all of our resources out available for you. We've made a couple of really cool playlists to get you involved, and then applications will open for We the Students Essay Contest, Summer Institute, and Constitutional Academy throughout the year. So make sure you keep in touch. But I'm so glad we went in the direction of talking about, like, how do we express these principles, because we're going to be expressing a lot of them over the course of the day. So you guys, again, were very involved in our design process. So what are you most excited about?
Yeah, so dialogue is a great word. It's one we use here a lot, and today we had a lot of good dialogues that hopefully you've had a chance to check out. If not, we'll be replaying them throughout the day. But one of them, the conversation that Tony had with Carol Berkin, is really excellent, looking at sort of what happened, how were these ideas being thought about during the writing of the Constitution, during the early Republic. He speaks with Dr. Carol Berkin about that. And I think that historical context is interesting, but it's part of that dialogue. How did they understand it? How can we come to understand it today? How is that meaning changed, then debated, then thought about? I think entering into that is really interesting. The other I'm excited about, because I already got to speak to her once, and I get to again today, is constitutional attorney Anastasia Boden from the Pacific Legal Fund. Her and I talked about her favorite parts of the Constitution, which is exciting. Also, why the document is still relevant today. And I'm hoping today I can talk to her a little bit about the case of Mahanoy v. BL, which has made some waves in the spring and over the summer, just about what that case was about, but really digs into both how the Constitution operates, how it is that the Supreme Court helps protect and defend some of these rights, but also how it is that cases get there and what we think of those.
Yeah, speaking of those cases, we have opportunities to speak with Nick Capodice from our podcast. Mary did a great job with people from Mount Vernon with these big concepts with another special bridge from the past. I'm very excited about our very own Liz Evans, who spoke to teachers about these big ideas and are going to have a chance to do so again today.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. We'll see you both later, as you mentioned. So we'll see Kirk from 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific, as he discusses the Constitution with legal scholar Anastasia Boden from Pacific Legal Fund. And Gary will join us this afternoon at 2 Eastern, 11 Pacific, as one of the hosts of our live podcast, Fabric of History, where we will be joined by the special guest, Nick Capodice of New Hampshire Public Radio's Civics 101. Let's go. So, up next, we have BRI's own Mary Patterson, joined by a special guest from George Washington's Mount Vernon, Mr. Jeremy Ray. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have an awesome lineup of guests throughout the day, so make sure you submit your questions on our social channels, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. We are so honored to have educators from across the country joining us both live and virtually throughout the day. We're especially grateful to BRI's master teachers, including Victor Harris from Ohio, Kathy Hagee from California, and Cynthia Bader right here in Washington, D.C. Make sure you join us every hour at the top of the hour for our special live episodes of our YouTube shows and podcast. You can join us to speak with Jeremy Ray from Mount Vernon and Mary Patterson, host of Bridge from the Past, at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern. Then at 9 Pacific, 12 Eastern, we have Anastasia Boden from the Pacific Legal Fund joining host of Close Reads, Kirk Higgins. At 10 Pacific, 1 Eastern, our very own scholar Tony Williams will have the one and only Carol Berkin on live to continue their scholar talk. And last but certainly not least, at 11 Pacific, 2 Eastern, we will have the hosts of the Bill of Rights Institute podcast, Fabric of History, joined by the host of the fabulous Civics 101 podcast, Nick Capodice. Again, please submit your questions across our social channels. We are so excited to have you join us today. Let's get started. everyone. Welcome to Constitution Day Live with the Bill of Rights Institute. I am so excited to be here in our offices with Mary Patterson and our special guest from Mount Vernon, Mr. Jeremy Ray. Mary and Jeremy met a couple of weeks ago at Mount Vernon to talk, and we're here to continue this conversation. Mary, Jeremy, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, everybody. Happy Constitution Day. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us today and to continue this important conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
If you're new to Bridge from the Past, we usually start with a historic image as a way to discuss really complicated ideas in U.S. history. For Constitution Day, instead of using a two-dimensional image like a painting or a political cartoon, we used a place. Jeremy guided us through the greenhouse slave quarters at George Washington's Mount Vernon, his historic home in Alexandria, Virginia. Visiting Mount Vernon is a really great place to think about these principles of liberty and equality that we're focusing on today. But it's also a good place to think about the times when those principles weren't faithfully applied. Slavery was a big part of George Washington's world, excuse me, and it was present throughout the country at the time of the Constitutional Convention. So there's this really complicated duality to the story that we're going to get into today. So we'll start with the story we know, right? From the time we're very little, we learn about George Washington as a national hero. He is unanimously elected as the president of the Constitutional Convention. He's, the first president of our country, and he was an advocate for a strong national union. So how does Mount Vernon help us learn about Washington's thoughts about the Constitution and the new republic?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, Washington is generally regarded as the founder or the father of the country. And, he played a very critical role in the founding of the Constitution. He was the president of the Constitutional Convention. And we really delve into that story on the mansion tour, in our museum, and in a lot of our documents that you can find online on our website. Mount Vernon itself really became kind of like a court of America during the crisis years before the Constitution, under the Articles of Confederation, where men like Thomas Jefferson and Patrick Henry and Alexander Hamilton, they're not only visiting Washington at Mount Vernon, but they're also writing to him and seeking his advice, pushing him to drive the country forward. And so we talk a lot about that in the mansion tour itself. You can learn about the people who were there, physically occupy the space as they're discussing these concepts of freedom and liberty and commerce and trade.
Okay, so it's really interesting to think about all these people, Thomas Jefferson sitting there with, George Washington and Alexander Hamilton. And what I really love about Mount Vernon is that while it celebrates Washington as a founder, right, you said the mansion is the court where we're discussing these ideas of setting up a strong union, but it elevates the stories of the men and women who were enslaved on Washington's estate, and their lives were very much bound up with Washington and his family. So the words slavery and slave never appear in the Constitution, but as we said, slavery was very much a part of Washington's world, and it was present throughout the country at the time of the Constitutional Convention. So what were George Washington's thoughts on slavery?
Right. So when George Washington was a young man, a boy, he was born into a society that not only had slavery, but really had codified the system to kind of perpetuate it. So he was born into that system, and he really honestly didn't see a whole lot wrong with it initially. It was a way for him to grow his wealth. It was a way for him to expand the operations on the plantations. But we really start to see a shift in his viewpoints on slavery around the Revolutionary War. I don't think it's something that you can do, fight in a war for independence on the ideals of freedom and liberty, and not see the contradictions inherent in owning human beings and forcing them to do things against their will. Washington's also meeting men like the Marquis de Lafayette, John Laurens, men who felt that perhaps these ideals, these principles should apply to everybody. So after the war, you start to see Washington start making decisions to stop purchasing enslaved people. He's trying to not sell as many because he would be breaking up families. And we start to see private letters where he's talking about legislation being passed to lead to gradual abolition of slavery. But at the same time, he is also writing about the difficulties, the political difficulties of trying to push that in the early republic. So we really do see him somewhat contradicted in these viewpoints. Eventually, Washington does make arrangements in his will to free the enslaved people that he owns outright. But again, people have criticized him, I think perhaps maybe rightly, that he didn't make those arrangements until after he had had the use of these humans for an entire lifetime, and also not until after Martha Washington passed. But I do think, in a way, it also shows Washington kind of struggling and maybe trying to set an example for the future and our posterity, that were really ideals written into the Constitution itself of trying to continue to make a more perfect union, possibly.
I want to return to the comment about, you said you think a turning point would be Washington, leading the Continental Army during the American Revolution, right? Our Declaration of Independence says we're all created equal with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it wasn't just Washington who recognized this disconnect between this principle of equality and slavery, but certainly the enslaved men and women and people throughout the world. We've discussed on other episodes of Bridge from the Past how African Americans joined the American Revolution for the cause of freedom from the British. You have writers like Thomas Paine pointing out this hypocrisy between saying the British are enslaving us, they're tyrants, and we have slavery here in the United States. So this is a tension that's present sort of in the public space, but also in the private space as well. And you mentioned that Washington wrote about things in private correspondence. So could you talk a little bit more about why it would be private and why he wouldn't have publicly said anything?
Right. So Washington at all points was a leader of large groups, and he understood the difficulty. He was there, right, at the Constitutional Convention. He was presiding. He was really not a passive member of that group. He was brokering conversations between different people, trying to find compromise. And he could see that the topic and the issue of slavery itself was a difficult one for many to accept, and others would be unwilling to accept a country without it. So I think Washington, the shrewd politician, understood the compromise that was necessary. Washington, in his personal life, could also see the issues inherent in the system of slavery. So he is writing to men like Lafayette, talking about how can we create systems to lead to abolition. He is talking to family members as well. So I think what his private thoughts were, he knew wouldn't necessarily be accepted in what they were trying to do and bring the country together in that early stage. So again, I think he was kind of looking for the future and what could be done down the line.
I think that's a really interesting point, that there's you have what you privately think and what you publicly can work with. So the founders are trying to create a union where everyone will buy in, and the reality is there are places where slavery is so entrenched that to say we won't have it is going to mean we don't have a unanimous union. So I think that's a really interesting point. So in our tour of the slave quarters, which we're going to replay for you later, you can actually see what the lives, or what we think these men and women's lives may have looked like. Is there anything else or any place else we can go at Mount Vernon to learn about this, or online?
Yes, absolutely. So our website, mountvernon.org, has extensive information about the enslaved population at Mount Vernon. We have a wonderful database where you can search every individual that we know, and then every document that references them. It's great for doing research. If you need primary source material, you can delve into it and actually see a lot of those letters I was talking about with Washington and referencing different individuals. On our site as well, we have a museum that's currently going through an exhibition change, but we have our education center. There's a lot of information about the enslaved population there. And of course, on our site, we went to the slave quarters. We also have a reconstructed cabin on our Pioneer Farm site, on our recreated farm site that shows what it was like on the outlying farms, the 8,000-acre plantation system itself. So there's a lot of great information that you can get from visiting Mount Vernon physically or virtually. We have an Enslaved People of Mount Vernon tour that really delves into the stories of individuals. And if you're unable to go on that, we also have a free brochure that you can do a self-guided tour to cover that same information. So there's really no lack of finding out more by visiting us physically or online.
You mentioned that in our tour we talked about specific individuals that Mount Vernon has researched, such as Botswain and Myrtilla. We talked about in our video. Are there other stories of specific enslaved individuals that we're learning about or that we know about?
Oh yeah, we have tons of really good information about individuals. Mary Thompson, who's our research historian at Mount Vernon, actually did a 30-year research project, and then just recently published a book a couple years back, The Only Unavoidable Subject of True Regret, and it's about enslavement at Mount Vernon. And from these stories, she found out so many interesting people. One that I particularly find interesting is that of Sambo Anderson. He was a man that we believe actually was one of the few brought from Africa over to North America, ended up at Mount Vernon. During the War for Independence, a British ship came up the Potomac called the Savage and was burning plantations all around. Mount Vernon, the site itself, was saved by Washington's cousin, Lund Washington, who gave supplies to the British to spare the house. When Washington found out, he wrote a letter saying, next time, let him burn the house down. I'd rather it was left in ruin than you aided the enemy. But when the Savage was there, 17 enslaved individuals took that as their opportunity to gain their freedom, including Sambo Anderson. And unfortunately for him, he was around at Yorktown, where part of the surrender was to return enslaved people who made it to the British back to the Americans. So Sambo ended up back here at Mount Vernon. He was a carpenter. He was also a very skilled hunter. And he was one of the individuals who was freed under conditions in Washington's will. However, at Mount Vernon, while there were 317 enslaved people, George Washington himself only owned 123. The remainder were either rented or were dower slaves as part of Mrs. Washington's first husband's estate, who passed away. So there was this interconnectivity there. Sambo's family were dower slaves, his wife and his children, because Virginia law said you followed the condition of the mother, right? So while Sambo was freed, his family remained enslaved. So Sambo actually used those hunting skills to trap for local hotels, was able to raise enough money that eventually he was able to purchase the freedom of children and grandchildren from the Custis estate.
Oh my gosh.
So that's a pretty interesting story.
That's such a wonderful story that he was able to free his family and make that happen. Gosh, that's a movie, right? That's a movie script right there. That story, I love it. I want to go back to your comment that you had a researcher who spent 30 years trying to learn more about the lives of these men and women on the estate. So I want to point out to you guys that might be twice your lifetime. That's a long time, 30 years. So there's still much to learn. We're still learning. The story, right, is still evolving. And then the title of her book, The Only Unavoidable Subject of Regret, that is a quote that comes from Washington, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct, yeah.
And he's writing about slavery being, this is the regret. He's in his older, he's towards the end of his life, and he's saying, he's reflecting and regretting that this has been a part of his life. So I think that's also, worth pointing out, that we have views and beliefs that can change over time, and that's, certainly the story of history, change over time, but also stories of individuals as well. Are there other things going on at the estate that are, the story of the lives of these men and women, or we're still learning about them other than online?
Yeah, absolutely. We're always pushing. I think what's interesting is, as we're doing research, we're pushing out more to the descendant community. So those individuals today who can trace their lineage back to those who were enslaved at Mount Vernon, we're trying to reach out a little bit more and coordinate with them. We have an archaeology project, that's going on currently at the cemetery site for formerly enslaved individuals, and we're trying to locate and try to identify. And we're only going down a couple inches to see where the soil was disturbed and where these shafts are. But by doing that, we're hoping to be able to properly memorialize the individuals who are down there. So it's a constant learning process at Mount Vernon.
I love that the descendant community is a part of this story, right? This is a story that it's ongoing, right? And I think that really takes me back to the preamble of the Constitution, which says one of the document's purposes is to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity, right? That's posterity, that's our future, that's our children, that's you guys, right? So I think one of the best ways to do that, to ensure that these principles of liberty and equality are faithfully applied, is to make sure that our history is honest and inclusive, and to just recognize that these principles of liberty and equality, capital L, capital E, as Gary mentioned before, they're not realized for many people for a long time, but that doesn't detract from the worthiness of the principle or the Constitution's vision for a more perfect union, like you said. So the story of Sambo, of Botswain and Myrtilla, that's not your story, that's not my story, that's our story. It's the story of our country, and it's a story that, you know, we are continuing, and one our posterity will take over from us. So Jeremy, thank you so much for being here, and a huge thank you to everyone at Mount Vernon for helping us continue this conversation.
Absolutely.
So we have had some questions come in from our audience on YouTube. If you have any questions, please submit them throughout the day. We'll be monitoring those chats. Emily Schley, a fifth grader in Gilbert, Arizona, and daughter of one of our staff members, asked, what did George Washington think of the Constitution? And I think that's a very good question on Constitution Day.
Absolutely.
Do we have any expertise in that here?
Yeah. So George Washington, of course, presided over the Constitutional Convention, and I really think it's important to note that his role was critical in it even becoming a thing. There were several of the founders who said that, you know, it was his presence that carried the thing. And I think all of them understood that what they came up with was not a perfect document. And I think Washington understood that. I think there was a lot of compromise to come out, but Washington very much believed in the document that was ultimately created. He understood that it was his role to follow the will of the people, to use this document as his guide. And in fact, when he received a copy of it, as he's going through debates, I mean, you can see notes that he's writing in the ledgers. It's like, okay, explicitly laying out, this is what my role is as president. So he strongly believed in following the document, but he also understood that it was something that was up to the people to continue to perfect over time.
I want to piggyback on that for just a second and point out the importance of annotating documents. Because George Washington annotated the Constitution. I annotate all the time, and you should be annotating too. Whenever you see a document, whenever you see anything, right? English class, it doesn't matter where you are. To make your thinking visible, I think is really important. And maybe one day historians will use that document in your annotations to figure out what Constitution Day was like in 2021.
I think that's a beautiful vision. I agree with the exhortation to annotate your documents, even if it's digital. We'll have ways to catalog those too. So we have, it sounds like Ms. Gordon is getting her students to ask a lot of questions, and there are probably too many questions for us to address in the next couple of minutes. But you were mentioning that we have documentation about how George Washington felt about slavery from his work. So Jamisha asked, how do you know exactly how George Washington felt about slavery, and how do you find out who was in George Washington's will? And you mentioned a little bit about the documentation there, but then also Danielle from Ms. Gordon's class is asking, did George Washington view slavery / having slaves as a way of furthering his economic success? So there are a lot of questions about George Washington's views of slavery, and it sounds like the Mount Vernon might have some resources for that.
Right. So what he absolutely definitively thought, I mean, we don't know, right? What we're doing is we are interpreting the documents that we have, the primary sources that he left behind, his letters, his journal entries, what other people are describing the spaces as, and his actions. So for us, the interpretation is, here's a man who, yes, accepted the institution of slavery. Here's a man who, yes, used enslaved individuals to further his economic success. He was a very wealthy man who was able to do a lot of things like serve in the Army as the General Commander-in-Chief, serve as President, and that's because of the work that was being done back at Mount Vernon. But through these letters, through these actions, you can make the interpretation that he is struggling with this concept of owning other human beings and being lauded as the father of liberty, right? The father of freedom. So we see in these letters specifically what he's suggesting others should do. And again, ultimately, his action, his final action in his will, was to free the enslaved people that he owned outright. Was that because he finally came to the realization that slavery was immoral and wrong? Was it to maybe protect his reputation for future generations? We don't really know, but again, these are the interpretations that we're able to do through those actions that he left behind. As for his will, that is a public document. You can read the whole thing on our website. They're very easy to find. These things, Washington, of course, also knew that his will was going to be a very public document. It was published and actually sold afterwards. And there are several historians who have also done, one of my favorites, a good friend, Peter Enriquez, has done a book that really breaks down Washington's will and all of its meanings and future legacies. So.
Ms. Gordon is letting us know that these are all high school students in her African American history class who are asking these questions. So they're high school students. We don't know their location. Maybe we'll get that information. But there are a couple more questions in here, especially from Jalen, who asks about the Constitution being written for the independence of all people, but not enslaved people. And Deanna asks, why didn't George Washington abolish slavery when he became president if he didn't? If he understood it to not be a good thing. And I think we mentioned that a little bit, is that there are arguments, there's documentation for their private thoughts versus their public thoughts. So can we speak to those questions from Jalen and Deanna a little bit about why weren't people doing things if they knew it was wrong?
Right. So you're looking at a system of enslavement that really got its start 150 years plus before George Washington was born. And this system really commodified human beings. It tried to take away their humanity to make them something that these people could use for profit, for labor, etc. So when the founders are saying things like all men are created equal, the sad reality is they just didn't view these people of African descent really as equal people. They viewed them as a commodity. And that, again, hundreds of years of laws that were passed that put this system into place. But to the second part of the question, again, you might want to rehash it again, but I believe it was, why didn't Washington push to abolish slavery as he's starting to see the difficulties? And the real truth and reality is, we wouldn't have a United States of America if that had been the push, even at the Constitution. I don't think states like Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, probably even Virginia and even New York to an extent would have signed on to a Constitution that did not guarantee this property as they saw it as part of it. So Washington, that's again why a lot of his correspondence about the gradual abolition was in private correspondence, because if he had been public, it probably would have created some political difficulties. But then again, somebody of Washington's stature, maybe if he had, we might be having a different conversation. Unfortunately, that's one of those things we'll never know.
We'll never know. Well, I want to thank you both so much, and I especially want to thank Miss Gordon's class in Florence, South Carolina. Thank you for all your wonderful questions to Mary and Jeremy from Mount Vernon. So as we mentioned, Mary and Jeremy had a wonderful conversation on site at Mount Vernon. You can stay tuned to watch that episode of Bridge from the Past, and we would love for you to join us again after that episode at 11:40 a.m. Eastern to talk with BRI's master teacher Victor Harris out in Ohio, another state that has a long American history and history of many issues. So Liz Evans, our program manager, will be talking with him at 11:40 a.m. Eastern. Again, remember, you can bring all your questions to us through social channels, and we would love to see you there, so stay tuned throughout the day.
Thanks, guys.
Hi everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Bridge from the Past, Art Across U.S. History. I'm your host, Mary, and as you can probably see, today we are not using a two-dimensional image to jump into the past, but we're using a place. I am on location at George Washington's Mount Vernon in Alexandria, Virginia. This Constitution Day, we are shining a light on founding principles of liberty and equality, right? These beautiful founding principles at the core of our nation, beautiful like this garden. Mount Vernon is a fascinating place to think about these ideas. On the one hand, it's the home of the father of our country, our first president. On the other hand, slavery was deeply ingrained in Washington's world. Slavery at Mount Vernon is a complex story that challenges us to think about our nation's history as both positive and negative. If we're talking about founding principles of liberty and equality, we have to talk about slavery. How can visiting places like Mount Vernon help us grapple with this complex story? I'm delighted to be joined by Jeremy Ray, Mount Vernon's Director of Interpretation, to think about these questions. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So as you watch this video, think of questions you'd like to ask Jeremy and me. We'll be bringing him back on Constitution Day to look at all of your questions and answer them live. You can follow the link below to submit questions, and you'll receive a variety of resources leading up to Constitution Day. Let's take a look at the greenhouse slave quarters on the other side of this building. Come with us. So Jeremy, can you orient us? So where are we on Mount Vernon?
Yes, excellent question. So Mount Vernon itself as a property was 5 separate farms on 8,000 acres of land.
Wow.
And we are here at the Mansion House Farm, right? One of those 5 farms. And just right behind the camera off to the side is the Mansion House itself. We are on the north side of that here at the Greenhouse Slave Quarters, right? So on the other side of this building is the upper garden. It's a big, beautiful garden space that Washington would entertain guests at. But of course, on the other side of that brick structure was the home of around 45, 50 enslaved human beings.
That's really interesting. So the garden and the mansion are on the other side of us. So this area here, this is not what visitors would see if they came to the estate in Washington's time?
So Washington was the landscape architect of the grounds, and he designed it to have a leisure space for entertainment, the bowling green, the mansion, the view of the river, the gardens, right? And this is a space where very wealthy, high society individuals visiting the Washingtons would entertain themselves with walks and discussions. The garden here itself on the other side of this building is large and beautiful with a big centerpiece that is the greenhouse, where you would see tropical plants, a very impressive space. But marking off the boundary of that space were these living quarters. Now, on the other side of the building itself were the living spaces for enslaved men, women, and children. There were about 90 enslaved people here at the Mansion House Farm, and a good proportion of them lived in these barrack-like structures over here. So it was not typical for guests to come over to this space, but we have a lot of our written descriptions of what life was like and the living conditions in these spaces from visitors who came over and wrote down what they saw.
So when we think about on Bridge from the Past, we think about using your observation to form questions. So I see, this is a brick building and there's doors, there's, glass windows. Is this typical of a structure for where enslaved people would live?
So this is very atypical for enslaved structures, but even here at Mount Vernon. As I mentioned before, Mount Vernon was 5 farms on 8,000 acres of land. And on those outlying farms, what the typical structures were wooden huts or buildings for enslaved people to live in. Even here at the Mansion House Farm, family units, it was typical to live in a wooden structure. We know that Botswain and Martilla and their children lived in a wooden cabin structure closer to the West Gate. This structure is more of your military-style barracks, and it actually was constructed in the 1790s, and it replaced a larger multi-story wooden structure that's about right here where we are standing. So brick structures with the fireplaces like this were fairly atypical.
Okay. And it's divided between a men's side and a women's side. So were these people not living with their families, or we're just not sure?
Right. So as far as living with their families, Washington wanted his enslaved people to live where they worked. So, for example, behind us is the blacksmith shop. Nat and George were enslaved blacksmiths. They more than likely lived here in these quarters, where their wives, Lucy and Lydia, actually lived on the outlying farms because they were working as field hands in those spaces. So they were separated out. The only time that they could see each other was on Sundays, their day off, or if they would walk through the night to see them during the night. Washington called this habit night walking. He absolutely despised it because he felt it made the enslaved people unproductive. But for the enslaved community, this was an intentional decision to take control over their lives, to see their family, to see the ones that they loved. Now, as for the men's and women's bunk, that's actually a decision that our curatorial staff here has made to highlight the differences in the lives of enslaved men and enslaved women. We actually don't know if it was separated, men's bunk, women's bunk, or if it was mixed between the two.
I want to go back to the idea of being separated from your family and this idea of night walking. So I think that just that example is such a powerful reminder of making a decision for yourself, and like the idea of what it must have been like to not be able to be with your family. I think if we just sort of stop and think about that for a second, it's really powerful, really powerful. But you mentioned that your staff has decided to display it as men and women's to highlight what they did. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the artifacts in the room. So one thing that really draws my attention when I go into the men's side is it looks like a trap made out of twigs or something like that. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It was a trap for catching animals. Again, the enslaved population here worked sun up to sundown, Monday through Saturday. They had Sundays off. That time was their time. Most spending that time with their family, getting caught up in other work on the outlying, on their garden plots to grow additional food for themselves. And others would actually go into the wooded spaces in between the farms and would trap or go fishing. And whatever they caught, sometimes fowl, birds, fish, they could even sell that to George Washington. If they caught anyone poaching, so illegally hunting on Washington's land, they could confiscate the weapons and then sell those back to George Washington as well. So that trap is kind of a typical homemade trap for catching animals on their day off.
Okay, and that sort of brings me into the other thing that I noticed, which is the food. So you have the fish, you can see, the game hanging by the fireplace, and you have these bags with George Washington's initials. So is that they're supplementing their diet with the food that they grow and that they trap on their own?
Correct, yeah. So Washington is required to provide food for the enslaved population, and it's not much. We would look at it as kind of mere subsistence. We have it set up there, a bowl of a little bit of cornmeal, and then a couple fish. It's about 5 to 8 ounces of a protein, a quart of cornmeal a day. So Washington dispensed that in big, large bags with his initials on it. It was about a month's supply of the cornmeal, and then they had to divide that up. So yes, a lot of the trapping, what they're growing in garden plots is supplementing their diet, going fishing and things like that.
Okay. And on the women's side, I'm struck by the laundry. It looks like laundry hanging, so I'm assuming that was a large part of their tasks here at Mansion House.
Right. So Washington provided one set of summer clothing, one set of winter clothing a year. And the enslaved people had to maintain that, do repairs, and of course have to keep it clean. So it's a constant process. It's they're keeping their clothing clean. They go and work sun up to sundown. Those evenings are a time where they're taking care of themselves and their family.
That's another, again, just to think about like humanizing this, that you have the same foods that you're allotted and the same clothing. It's just to stop and think about what that means. It's a very small thing, but I think it's also very powerful. And the other thing that I think is striking in the women's quarters is looks like a child's mattress on the floor, which for me as a mom of a little one is, again, driving home that there are children being born into this world, and what is that experience like for them here? What do we know about that?
Yeah, well, the story of enslaved children is very tough one to hear, because going back to the 17th century, Virginia law stated that the child of an enslaved woman was also enslaved and belonged to their master or enslaver. So you're looking at a system where children are born into this concept of being a commodity, right? Being this thing that is eventually going to be for the use of another person to bring them profit and goods to sell, right? So you talked about that little mattress that's on the ground. We actually have a writing of that from a Polish visitor who came to Mount Vernon, Julian Niemczewicz, who said that the enslaved people slept on cots that were lower than what the lowliest a peasant would sleep on in Europe. And the children slept on a mean pallet on the floor. So that's kind of the description of, these little bed rolls or just some straw and hay or something that was laid out with blankets that the children were sleeping on close to their family. Those cots, I think they wrote that there were multiple adults sleeping to them. Whether or not those were family members or just individuals needing a bed space, we're not entirely sure.
So we've been talking about this structure and the things inside it and what we can see and what that might mean for the men and women and children who lived here. But what doesn't this building and the artifacts inside it, what doesn't it tell us?
Right, and that's a great question because a lot of our guests come here to Mount Vernon and they see a brick structure with windows and things, and we hear this comment fairly often, oh, this isn't that bad, right? And they're just looking again at the material structure itself. And they think, well, this probably affords a warm space, it provides some sort of protection, but that ignores the fact that enslavement itself is a system that only works through fear and dehumanization. While it may have a fireplace and it may be made of brick, we don't know how many people are actually in this space. We do know that, again, children are sleeping on pallets on the floor, multiple adults into a bunk. And another thing to remember is that the only way you can compel another human being to do work against their will is for them to fear something. Fear of physical abuse, punishment, fear that at any point in time they or one of their family members could be sold away and never seen again. While there may be doors on these structures, it does not prevent the fear that society has been weaponized to a point to maintain this system of enslavement. At any point in time, an overseer or somebody could come into this room, check and see what's going on, remove a person, arbitrarily decide, they're going to be punished. Washington could decide, take them out. They've run away. I'm selling them, right? So this constant idea of fear is not present when looking at this brick structure.
Right, and it's really interesting. So we have looked at in past episodes, when we start with a painting or we start with a cartoon, we can make observations, we can ask questions, and the more you think about it and the more you probe deeper, the more you realize, these people didn't have the privacy. They didn't get to see or spend as much time with their family. So it's really, it's almost like the longer you sit and think about it, the more you learn, the more questions that you have. So I am going to throw it back to you guys. So we've covered a lot of ground in our conversation. So Jeremy, thank you so much. And be sure to send us your questions. We'll be back on Constitution Day Live to talk with you about the questions that you have, about how we can talk about a system like slavery and still talk about founding principles of liberty and equality. These are really difficult questions and it's a really hard conversation, but it's one that we definitely need to have. So thank you again. Be sure to submit your questions through the link below and follow us on social media so you get all of the good information about Constitution Day Live. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Welcome back to BRI's Constitution Day Live with me, Rachel Davison-Humphreys, Director of Outreach here. In this segment, we're traveling across the country to speak with educators about how they're teaching and learning liberty and equality. Our first segment is with BRI's own regional manager of programs, Liz Evans, coming to us from Phoenix, Arizona, and she'll be joined by BRI master teacher Victor Harris from Ohio. We look forward to hearing your questions, so please let us know in the chat what you'd like to learn about and hear throughout the day, and we'll see you again soon.
Our bell's going to ring in a minute.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Teaching History and Civics Today. I am Elizabeth Evans, the Regional Programs Manager here at the Bill of Rights Institute, and I'm so excited to be joined today by BRI Master Teacher Victor Harris, who teaches in Cincinnati, Ohio, and whose bell is about to ring, so we might be a little bit interrupted. So, Victor, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your school and what you teach.
All right, my name is Victor Harris. I teach at Sycamore Junior High School. I teach 8th grade American history. Sycamore is a suburban community in Cincinnati, Ohio. This would be my 33rd year teaching. So I've been teaching for 33 years. This will be my 33rd year teaching. And I teach American history and love it.
Yay, that is amazing. Shout out to all the 8th grade civics teachers in America. Victor, our theme is liberty and equality. So what does liberty and equality mean to you?
Well, liberty, and we talk about this in kind of class all the time, Liberty is obviously freedom. And, what does that freedom entail? And that freedom entails, being a responsible citizen. It entails being an active participant in your society. It means being a positive participant in your society. And I think equality, and I tell the kids, equality to me always means opportunity, that everybody has an equal chance. And that we all have the opportunity and the chance to do whatever we have the gifts that will allow us to do.
I love that. I've never thought about it that way. Equality as opportunity. I'm gonna have to write that down when we're done. So when you talk about that then with your students, what does liberty and equality mean in your classroom and to your students?
Well, and I teach 8th grade, so I think that's a very important developmental area for kids. When you have seniors, you have grown kids in that classroom. When you have junior high kids, you have kids who are just trying to feel out who they are and what they're about. So one of the things we talk about is with that in my classroom, a lot of that freedom comes with a lot of the responsibility. I'm going to treat you, you're not lining up in the hallways anymore and doing things like that. You're being treated as a young adult in the classroom. But with that, there are some expectations, there are some behavioral expectations, there are some academic expectations that come with that. So we try to do that. I try to equip them with those tools. I tell them a lot of my job is to get them ready for the high school, to be successful students in high school. So I try to equip them with those tools to figure out what they want to do and how they want to go about achieving that when they get up to the high school.
And that's a middle school is a unique opportunity because they're coming from elementary school. And for a lot of students, this is the first time they've had a social studies class as a whole. I mean, they do learn it in elementary, but it's a little bit different. So we work with students, right? We work with educators. And when we look at liberty and equality in America, what are you hopeful for as we kind of move forward?
Well, and everyone talks about how partisan America has become. And a lot of that is, I think we've forgotten how to politely disagree with each other. I think civil discourse is something that needs to come back. I think partisanship is not bad in a way because it does show that there are certain beliefs that maybe each side needs to look at and ideas that each side of the political spectrum need to look at. But we need to be able to discuss those things and we need to be able to come up with solutions for those problems. Instead of me just constantly browbeating this one issue, okay, how am I going to fix this issue? How am I going to make this better? Not for me, not that it benefits me particularly, but that it benefits everybody in our society. Because, like it or not, we're all in this together. And I think our attitude towards that has to be that we're in this together, and we're in this to make this a better place for all of us. And like they said in the Constitution, for posterity, for our future generations. And I think we forget that. We've become a very short-sighted society, and I think we forget that this is for people who aren't here yet.
And so is that something with your students that you model is kind of the, looking at, I notice a problem, I want to fix it, and here's how I go about doing that? Because again, 8th graders, they're their own special entity, right? They're not elementary, they're not high school, they're trying to kind of figure things out. And so you're in a unique position to model that for them. What does that look like?
Well, and I think, part of, in Ohio, part of one of the strands to our social studies curriculum is citizenship, teaching kids what it means to be a citizen. So, and I try to tell them this, I said, in 4 years, you guys are eligible voters. What are you voting for? Who are you voting for? Why are you voting for that particular person? So I think they need to start to learn those skills. If there are things in school that they don't like, there's a rule they don't like. I said, okay, there are constructive ways you can look at that rule and figure out why that rule is in place and maybe do something to change that rule. I said, so your citizenship, your civilization, your society is as small or as large as you can make it. So we'll have kids who come in and they say, excuse me, Mr. Harris, we want to talk about this. And I say, well, here's the good way to do this, and here's a way to go over that. And then we'll have kids who take a much more global view, and they're going out and they're raising money for foundations, or they're signing petitions for, equal justice initiatives and things like that. So it's a wide spectrum in that group. And that's the fun thing about that group is, they can make it a very personal thing, a very personal event here in school, or they can make that a global event. So it's really neat to see both of those perspectives.
And that's a really cool thing, because I think oftentimes, especially with middle school, they think, well, I can't vote yet, I can't do anything as a citizen. But you just gave us so many examples of you can actually be a really active citizen prior to voting, right? So if a middle school teacher out there wanted to kind of get started with this and looking at the lens of liberty and equality through citizenship, do you have any advice? I'm kind of putting you on the spot here.
Oh, no, that's right. Well, first of all, Bill of Rights Institute has a lot of really great stuff on their website, a lot of great resources and things like that. The webinars and the, excuse me, and the podcasts that pop up are really, they do a lot of, they make you reflect and think about things that you can use in your classroom. I think that one of the things is to encourage the kids in your classroom to talk about social issues. I know a lot of teachers like to stay away because they don't want to be controversial and things like that. But I think if kids are taught to politely disagree with each other, okay, that's how we make things change. If we're so entrenched in this is right, I'm right, and you're wrong, then we're never going to get anything changed. And so I think that has to start at that junior high, middle school level, so that by the time kids are in high school, they're used to saying, well, but here's what I think, and here's the facts that I have to back that up.
And also understanding that when you engage in a dialogue, you and I might be engaged in a dialogue where we disagree on something, but even listening to each other and understanding, Victor, I hear what you're saying, and here's why I disagree with it. Not just here's what I think,
right,
but also having that and practicing that dialogue with students is so big and important, right?
And even what you just said is, I hear you and I disagree, instead of I hear you and here's where you're wrong. Because as soon as you tell that other person they're wrong, they automatically retreat back, and then you're not going to get anywhere in that. So, saying that I hear you, and here's my view on that, and this is where you and I can disagree on that, and maybe at some point we can come to some kind of common ground on a particular issue.
Yes, awesome. Well, Victor, thank you so much. This has been such a great 10 minutes of my day. Happy Constitution Day to you and your students, and thank you for what you do for civic education, what you do as a BRI master teacher. Everyone, stay tuned, because coming up at the top of the hour, we have another live segment with BRI's own Kirk Higgins and Anastasia Boden from the Pacific Legal Fund doing a close read. Thank you, everybody, and happy Constitution Day.
Thank you. See everybody.
Thank you so much for joining us for Bill of Rights Institute's Constitution Day live programming. We have been building up our YouTube and video programming for the past few years. We're so proud to be able to offer a variety of shows throughout the week, throughout the month, to reach students, teachers, and the history enthusiast. If you have a favorite show or episode, we'd love to hear from you. We know that there are students in classrooms across the country who are using our homework help videos, our Bridge to the Past, all of our programming in the classroom. So we'd love to hear what you're enjoying. We've chosen a few videos to show that really speak about today for Constitution Day Live. Those are going to play now, and then don't forget to get back with us at 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific for our live conversation, close read with Kirk Higgins and Anastasia Boden from Pacific Legal Fund. We'll see you there.
During the first Congress of 1789, Representative James Madison was the driving force behind the Bill of Rights. Madison believed that the new Constitution had carefully limited powers and was not the main threat to individual rights and liberties. He was particularly concerned that the state governments would violate rights and be tyrannical. Therefore, he wanted to curtail the states with a Bill of Rights.
However, members of Congress refused to restrict the powers of the state government and argued that individuals in the states were already protected by the state constitutions and bills of rights. Madison lost that debate, and the Bill of Rights applied to the national government. The states ratified the first 10 amendments.
This meant that states could theoretically pass laws that violated provisions set in the Bill of Rights.
So was this the best system? Or should the Bill of Rights be applied or incorporated to protect fundamental rights at the state level? Today, we discuss the constitutional interpretation of incorporation.
In 1868, the 14th Amendment was ratified and aimed to protect the rights of African Americans who were forever freed by the 13th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was primarily aimed at the states because during Reconstruction, the radical Republicans in Congress were particularly interested in protecting freed people from having states violate their rights.
These include black citizenship, guaranteed privileges and immunities, equal protection of the law, and due process of the law. The clause of which reads, "Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law."
This was important, as over time, the Supreme Court used this due process clause to assert that the 14th Amendment could apply the Bill of Rights to the states in what was called the Incorporation Doctrine.
The Supreme Court enforced this despite the fact that the 5th clause of the amendment states that Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. This development of the incorporation doctrine would gradually become an integral part of Supreme Court decisions over the next 100 years.
The first major case to accept the incorporation doctrine came in the 1925 Gitlow versus New York ruling, as the majority upheld freedom of speech and press, stating that they are, quote, among the fundamental personal rights and liberties protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment from impairment by the states.
The court soon followed this decision with the 1931 Neer versus Minnesota ruling, which prevented prior restraint on the press and publishing material. The court emphasized the importance of the statute and ruled that it transcended local interests, stating, "It is no longer open to doubt that the liberty of the press is safeguarded by due process clause of the 14th Amendment from invasion by state action."
Later, during 1947's Adamson versus People of the State of California case, Justice Hugo L. Black would transform the acceptance of incorporation in the 1960s and beyond. In his scathing dissent, Black wrote that the 14th Amendment provided a total incorporation of the Bill of Rights, as they were fundamental rights. Felix Frankfurter and the rest of the court resisted Justice Black's total incorporation. However, the court did begin to increasingly apply selective incorporation in several cases.
In later cases related to the rights of the accused, the court has often incorporated the Bill of Rights in favor of the plaintiff. These include Mapp v. Ohio in 1961, which dealt with warrantless searches. Additional seminal cases of incorporation deal with religious establishment and schools, such as Everson v. Board of Education in 1947 and Engel v. Vitale in 1962.
The incorporation of the Bill of Rights has been a controversial doctrine throughout the 20th and 21st century. Different cases have incorporated different amendments individually during that span to varying opinions. As of 2020, 6 amendments from the Bill of Rights have been at least partially incorporated.
Consider this. Does the incorporation doctrine pit the principle of fundamental rights against the principle of federalism? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe.
And comment down below.
The Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution provides that the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
And though these protections of the Fourth Amendment were widely accepted, they only applied to the national government. The 14th Amendment, adopted after the Civil War, imposed restrictions on state governments. That amendment says in part that no state shall deprive any person of due process.
Over time, the Supreme Court applied the protections of the Bill of Rights to state governments on an amendment-by-amendment basis through the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. This process of applying the Bill of Rights to state governments is known as incorporation.
But is this constitutional? Should the Bill of Rights apply only to the federal government to protect individual liberties, or to state governments as well? And what rights do individuals have against illegal seizures at the state level under the Fourth Amendment? This is the case of Mapp versus Ohio.
In 1957, Dolly Mapp was a 33-year-old woman living in Cleveland, Ohio. Rumored to have ties to organized crime, an informant told police that she may have been hiding a local racketeer wanted for illegal gambling and for questioning in connection with a recent bombing. On May 23, 1957, 7 police officers broke into her home without a search warrant. The officers did not find the alleged fugitive or any gambling equipment. However, they did find obscene pictures and books, which were illegal in Ohio at the time. Mapp was arrested, convicted of possessing obscene material, and imprisoned.
Mapp appealed her case to the Ohio State Supreme Court, which affirmed the conviction. The court found the lack of a warrant did not invalidate Mapp's conviction, as Ohio courts were allowed to admit unlawfully seized evidence in criminal trials. Mapp's attorney, Alexander Kearns, appealed to the United States Supreme Court, arguing that Mapp's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, since they should be incorporated at the state level via the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause.
So how would the Supreme Court rule? Would the illicit material found in Mapp's apartment hold up at the highest level? In a 6-3 decision, the U.S. Supreme Court held that evidence obtained in violation of the Fourth Amendment's prohibition against unwarranted searches and seizures was inadmissible in state courts. Mapp was set free. The court ultimately relied on the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment to conclude that the federal exclusionary rule was applicable to the states through the incorporation doctrine.
Chief Justice Tom Clark wrote for the majority, stating, "The criminal goes free if he must, but it is the law that sets him free. Nothing can destroy a government more quickly than its failure to observe its own laws, or worse, its disregard of the charter of its own existence. The burden was now on police to conduct legal searches to find evidence, or it would be excluded, and the accused would go free."
The 3 dissenting judges rejected the incorporation doctrine and thus rejected the extension of the exclusionary rule to the states. Justice Harlan wrote for the dissent, emphasizing that his decision was rooted in the idea that since problems of criminal law enforcement vary from state to state, the federal government should limit setting universal standards within them.
Justice Harlan wrote, "The preservation of a proper balance between state and federal responsibility in the administration of criminal justice demands patience on the part of those who might like to see things move faster among the states in this respect. Problems of criminal law enforcement vary widely from state to state."
Mapp versus Ohio set precedent in the 1960s for the Supreme Court to incorporate other procedural protections to criminal defendants that protected the rights of the accused. Such as Gideon versus Wainwright in 1963, the law of search and seizure continues to develop decades after Mapp versus Ohio. For example, courts today grapple with new issues relating to search and seizure in the digital age.
The case also helped strengthen the expansion of the incorporation of the Bill of Rights to states. Incorporation remains a hotly debated issue amongst legal scholars, as it relates to the principles of federalism and principles of legal interpretation. When will incorporation be the subject of another major Supreme Court case? This was the case of Mapp versus Ohio. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Be sure to like and subscribe.
And comment below.
Welcome back to the Bill of Rights Institute's Constitution Day live programming. We're here in the studio in Arlington, Virginia, with a very special guest. A couple of weeks ago, Anastasia Boden and Kirk Higgins, our Director of Content, met together to talk about the importance of the Constitution and students today. So we are here to continue that conversation. Anastasia, welcome. Kirk, take it away.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to be back. And Anastasia, who is a senior attorney with the Pacific Legal Foundation, thank you for joining me again.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Well, we are both, I know, very excited that it's Constitution Day and excited to talk about the Constitution. So last time when we had our conversation, we really talked about the 9th and 14th Amendments specifically and sort of the Constitution broadly. But you talked about this idea of the presumption of liberty, which I thought was really interesting. Could you tell me again, kind of what is that presumption of liberty and why is it important?
Yeah, well, the importance of the 14th Amendment cannot be understated when it comes to the Constitution because it dramatically changed the organization of the government and its relationship to individuals. So what it did was it gave the federal government much more power in securing our rights and protecting our rights from abuse by the state governments. And that's because it recognized the horrors that have been done prior to the Civil War, and that in reality, it wasn't enough just to have protections from the federal government and to trust the state governments to protect our rights. Really, we needed to set that floor for rights at the federal level and ensure that Congress had power to protect us from abuses by the states. And so what the 14th Amendment does, among other things, it's one of our longest amendments, is it protects us from, it secures us in our individual rights, and it gives us equality before the law. So everybody is equal and entitled to their individual rights. Okay, and those rights cannot be taken away without due process of law. Seems simple enough. But what are those rights? What does that even mean? And what a lot of people do is they go and they open up the Constitution and they look at the list of the Bill of Rights and they say, okay, those are the rights that we're guaranteed. But what they forget is that there's a little thing called the 9th Amendment, and it says that even though the Constitution lays out some rights, that's just a flavor of our rights. That's just the beginning. And that list should not be considered exhaustive. We have unenumerated rights, and those rights are unlimited, really. There's not just various specific rights. We have liberty. And anytime the government's going to take that liberty away, it's the government's job to justify that taking away to us. It's not the individual's job to justify that we have that liberty. Liberty is just presumed. And so we call that the presumption of liberty. And it's this really expansive notion of liberty that's unique to America, and I think makes our Constitution great.
Yeah, see, this, I think that's incredible. And that idea that, you know, it's assumed that we have liberty unless there's a relatively important reason to take it away, I think gets at the heart of sort of the theme that we've been talking about today of liberty and equality. You mentioned both of those just now, thinking about equality before the law, which again is one of the reasons I like thinking about the Constitution. If you think about it in the abstract, at least to me, it's kind of funny. We have this written document that we have a day that we celebrate, right? It's kind of an odd thing, but it's so important to get at exactly what you were talking about. And I guess my question, just following on that and thinking about your work as a a constitutional lawyer, sort of how is it that understanding these things can help us continue to think about these ideas of liberty and equality, and what sort of is our role as citizens in trying to advance those things, especially when it's complicated, right? I mean, even the word presumption of liberty is a pretty complex thing. How should we be thinking about all that today?
Yeah, these concepts are not just abstract things, esoteric things that don't matter. They really have a significant impact on our daily life. So I encounter people all the time who are telling me that they just want to be doing something ordinary. And yet the government is saying it's getting that presumption of liberty exactly backwards. It's creating a permission society, as some have said, where it's assuming that if the thing that people want to do is not explicitly allowed, then it's forbidden. And that gets it wrong, because what the Constitution says is if it's not forbidden, then it's allowed. So to take two concrete examples, I was approached by a mobile barber in Utah. This was a guy who wanted to open up what's basically a food truck, but a barber shop. It's just a mobile barber, and he goes and parks different places, and you can walk in and get a haircut. And he went to the city in Utah and he said, hey, I'm willing to pay all the proper fees. There's a business license fee and what have you. I'll abide by all the normal regulations that apply to barbershops. Just tell me what I need to do. And the city said, well, we don't have anything in our city code explicitly allowing mobile barbershops. So that means that it's forbidden. And that just gets it completely wrong. This is supposed to be a society where people can innovate freely. And so long as we're exercising our liberty in a way that doesn't harm anyone, it's allowed. And so long as there's no law on the book that's been properly enacted that has a legitimate reason for being there, we get to exercise our liberty. So these are really important things. And just one more concrete example to sort of put it into practical terms. Recently, we saw that people have been creating what's called lab-grown meat. So this is meat that's genetically identical to meat from an animal, but it doesn't require killing any animals. It can be genetically created in a lab, and it's a very humane way to create protein to feed people. It's an amazing innovation. And the FDA said, well, you can't bring this to market yet because we don't have any framework, again, explicitly allowing it. And if you think about that, you can see how subverting the presumption of liberty really does harm to American values of innovation, entrepreneurship, opportunity, creation. When you get rid of the presumption of liberty, you get rid of the thing that has really made America great and has made America a place where people come to make something of themselves, to go from rags to riches, to be entrepreneurs, to take a chance at doing something great. And so these are not just abstract concepts. They really have a practical impact on our lives and the products that are available to us and people's ability to earn a living and pursue the American dream.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those examples are fascinating too, because it shows just how complex these questions are, and that every time a new question comes up, every time there's something sort of new developing in society, we've got to think through how the Constitution is going to apply to this, where it is that liberty may be impeded upon, or what that right balance is. And that's sort of a debate between legislatures and also in courts and laws, and trying to figure out, through that sort of dialogue process, that sort of big conversation that we're all a part of. And one of those cases I know that both you and I were excited to talk about and to think about is Mahanoy versus BL, which was just ruled this spring. And I know it's one that's directly relevant to students because it dealt with a student in Pennsylvania. I was wondering if you could just say briefly kind of what were the facts of that case, and I guess why has it captured our attention so much?
Yeah, I love this case because not all cases at the Supreme Court are exciting. Actually, a lot of them are quite dull, and a lot of them don't seem to impact our everyday lives. But this is the case of the Curson cheerleader. So it's a little bit more fun, and you can already see how it's going to be impacting students because it has to do with an ordinary high school student. And what happened was, on one fateful day, this minor, who is unnamed in the lawsuit because she was a minor, she did not make the varsity cheer team, and she was not happy about that. And on the same day, she found out that she also didn't make her club soccer team. So this was a really bad day for this minor. And so she did what I think many kids do nowadays, and she went onto social media, to Snapchat, and she posted a little video with some choice words about school and soccer and cheerleading. They were not very nice, and I won't repeat them here. And what happened was that one of the students, one of the people on the cheerleading team, saw that message. They screenshotted it. That young woman showed her mom, who was the coach of the cheerleading team. And eventually what ended up happening is the school suspended the Curson cheerleader from the cheerleading team for the remainder of the year. And she sued. She took the Constitution and she said, hey, I have a right to exercise free speech, and you can't punish me because of that free speech. And the question at the Supreme Court was, do schools have the ability to punish students for speech that they exercise off campus? There was already a bunch of Supreme Court precedent about what the limits are when the school's trying to punish you for speech on campus. And the question was, can the school also punish you if you're talking and cursing off campus? And Justice Breyer wrote in an 8-1 opinion, maybe. It's a very Justice Breyer opinion for anybody who follows the court. He didn't want to go too far. He said, well, there might be certain circumstances that you can imagine where the speech is so harmful or dangerous, it's a threat to the school, or it involves cheating on exams, or it's something where there's a direct relevancy to the school, where the school can punish you. But this isn't it. This is, a student who's just exercising her free speech, and yeah, the school doesn't like it, but the role of the school is not to protect students from offensive speech. It's to protect students against not hearing offensive speech. It's to protect their speech and to encourage debate and sort of divisive ideas. And so ultimately, Justice Breyer said she shouldn't have been suspended.
Yeah, I find it fascinating. I mean, I think it's an interesting question. And I love this idea that, a swearing, frustrated student just having a bad day is the one that's helping advance free speech rights. And just to probe on the case a little bit more, I think it's interesting. Sometimes I think as students, I know I've studied briefly a lot of Supreme Court cases, but it's fascinating to me that how technical these things can get. And just as an example of that, what it means to be on campus, I think, is a fascinating question, especially today as we're thinking about, hey, is campus remote learning? Now that we're in COVID, we're broadcasting this remotely. Is it, if you are sitting at home, does that necessarily mean, is that a part of campus now? Does it physically mean at school? I know, of course, in famous cases like Morse v. Frederick and others that they have taken this kind of question up. But I guess, how is it when the Supreme Court gets a question like that in something so seemingly simple as well, you're either on campus or you're not on campus? How do they go about thinking through some of those complex questions? I mean, or how do you as an attorney begin to think about something like that?
Yeah, that's a great question, because there have been all of these changes, obviously, since the Constitution was enacted. Technology is drastically different. The world looks differently. But that causes a lot of people to say, well, the Constitution just isn't relevant anymore. And that's not true. The facts may change, technology may change, but the concepts don't change. And so I think we can trust in the principles and apply them to new facts. And that can be difficult and it can be messy, but it's not a reason to throw out the principles. It's not a reason to say that the text doesn't matter anymore. In fact, those enduring principles matter now more than ever, because the world is so complicated and interwoven, and the government has grown in size, and this is a reason to go back to those principles and revisit them. So it's kind of funny, in Mahanoy itself, you see Justice Thomas was the lone dissenter, and he's going back and he's looking at the practices at the time the Constitution was enacted and seeing what schools could do to students back then. That's one way of interpreting the Constitution. He gets in a debate with Justice Gorsuch, even though Justice Gorsuch is also originalist. So it just goes to show that constitutional interpretation is complicated. Even people with the same ideology might come out to different outcomes. And that's part of, like you said, this debate, this interchange between the legislature and the court. But it is the court's duty to hold the legislature to the terms of the Constitution. And so people really resent this debate. Sometimes they see the judges as overstepping or getting too involved in our everyday lives. But actually, it makes perfect sense that if you're going to have a Constitution, there has to be somebody in charge with enforcing it. And that's what we expect the courts to do. And so this is a perfectly legitimate endeavor. And I find it to be an endlessly fascinating endeavor. And that's why I try to go to court and help solve these debates.
Absolutely. You said two things that speak right to my heart. First is principles. It's something that we think a lot about here at the Bill of Rights Institute. And our Constitution Day, we kind of opened and reflecting on these principles. And I think your comments really speak to that idea that, look, even when imperfectly applied, and even when it's really hard to understand how they are applied, right? The Supreme Court justices are all brilliant individuals, top of their field, really bright legal scholars, and they disagree over these things. I mean, they are huge, complex questions. But the idea that we're sort of invited into that dialogue, I think is really important. And the idea that, as things change over time, that we can have this sort of civil, deliberative, conversational process, I think is really important, and that it's not, just asking questions, just disagreeing is not bad. In fact, not only is it not bad, it's a part of the process. It's a necessary part of the process. So
Yeah,
that's
Kirk,
really exciting.
you're speaking my language because, as you know, I co-host a podcast called Dissed about Supreme Court dissents. And, we find dissents so important to this society because they are a way to encourage debate in a way that some of the most heated issues are debated by the most brilliant minds, and we get insight into it all. And it's such a civil process. It shows you that it's perfectly okay to disagree with somebody and to do it in a respectful manner. And what you get out of that dialogue is something better. You get better reasoned arguments by that dialogue because somebody is picking out the flaws in your argument, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That gives you an opportunity to make your arguments stronger, and you see the judges going back and forth and the law evolving. And I think it just reiterates, like you said, how important dissent and dialogue is to our country.
Absolutely. Well, Anastasia, thank you so much. I'm now going to welcome in my colleague, Rachel, to see if we have any questions from our viewers who are out there, hopefully tuning in.
Yeah, well, we had some questions come in advance. You mentioned a little bit about how cases get to the Supreme Court, and not all of them are particularly exciting. And I think there is a big misconception that all the cases that come before the Supreme Court are, quote, landmark cases, because those are the only cases that students end up hearing about, right? So can you tell us a little bit, just for all of our edification, just how does that process work? What gets to the Supreme Court, and then what makes something landmark versus not landmark?
Yeah, the funny thing about all of that is that even so-called landmark decisions are very often incremental. The Supreme Court moves incrementally. It doesn't like to just, have a complete upheaval of everything and flip our society on its head. It likes to move incrementally. So even some of the biggest wins for litigants are just small. It's litigation. The Supreme Court is very strategic, and it's about pushing the envelope little by little to get to a certain place. But yeah, how does a case get to the Supreme Court? It's funny. A lot of people think, I'm just going to take my case to the Supreme Court. I'm so angry. I want to get there and I want to have the justices rule on it. But actually, very few cases, I should say, are guaranteed a spot at the Supreme Court. Most of their cases are discretionary. And in fact, they take such a low percentage of their cases that it's very unlikely, even with the best petition, the best ask to the court, that you're going to get granted. And what happens is you have to start at the very bottom in most cases. Again, there are exceptions in the Constitution where the Supreme Court has what's called original jurisdiction, and the case can start there. But the vast majority of cases start at a trial level court. It's the very first court that you go to. And after you get a result there, you can appeal to an appellate court. Got to go through the whole process again and see if those judges agree with you. And from there, you can petition to the Supreme Court. And it's a rare thing. It's like the lottery. Again, even the best cases don't necessarily make it there. And once you do, even when you win, it's very often a small win. Very few cases are actually these cases about civil rights. A lot of them are technical, statutory, having to do with Congress's power and separation of powers and these sort of more daily things that you don't think of when you think about the Supreme Court. But there are landmark cases, and I think they tend to be in the area of civil rights. That's where we see cases that affect us most deeply. It's the things that people care about most deeply. It's those really great stories, the ones that you can name off the top of your head, like Brown v. Board of Education, Tinker v. Des Moines. That's the case that the Mahanoy case was actually building on, where students were protesting the Vietnam War with armbands. Plessy versus Ferguson, which, was a terrible case, but was eventually overturned. These big names cases are the ones that have to deal with our most precious civil rights, and they're few and far between. But they've actually been the place where progress, I think, has been most, that's where it happens. Very often the legislature fails us. And so when it comes to advancing civil rights, I think the Supreme Court has been at the head of all of that. And so those landmark cases are the ones that have really transformed our society for the better.
And in our last few minutes, we had a question for Mr. Hulk in Barrington, Rhode Island. And it was a question we kind of all have here, but what are the upcoming SCOTUS cases that we should be watching closely?
Yeah, it's funny because it's often said by court watchers that big terms are followed by quiet terms, which are then followed by big terms and then quiet terms, because the court doesn't like to attract too much attention to itself and it's careful about its appearance. And this year, not so much, because last year was a big term. There were a lot of big cases last term. You know, we had an Obamacare case, we had this cursing cheerleader case in the First Amendment. We had a case dealing with First Amendment religious rights. So it was a big case as far as a big term as far as constitutional law goes. And yet next term, I think, is going to be even bigger. We have a Second Amendment case. It's very likely we will get a case dealing with racial preferences in college admissions. There's a case dealing with commercial speech in the First Amendment. There's just more than that. There's quite likely we will hear about, you know, I'm losing my mind here about, there's so many, it's overwhelming. There's a case involving the Boston bomber. The Boston bomber's coming to the Supreme Court. I mean, this is a crazy term. And so I'm excited for all of it. I'm here for all of it.
For all of that, we're gonna keep an eye on your podcast and the work of Pacific Legal Foundation. And we're so thankful. Kirk, Anastasia, thank you so much for being here. Stay tuned to see their conversation on the Constitution and how it relates to its students next. And then after that, we're going to go back and hear from Liz and more teachers from around the country. So stay tuned, give us your questions, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, and welcome to this special Constitution Day edition of Primary Source Close Reads. My name is Kirk Higgins, and today we're going to be celebrating Constitution Day by exploring these big principles of liberty and equality. In particular, I'm hoping to examine what the Constitution has to say about how these principles interact with one another and how they function within the Constitution, and how the Constitution helps to support them. To help me with this task, I am excited to be joined by Anastasia Boden, Senior Attorney at Pacific Legal Foundation. Welcome, Anastasia.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So as you watch this video, please think of questions you'd like to ask Anastasia. We'll be bringing her back on live on Constitution Day to help to answer your questions. And if you want to follow the link below, you can submit those questions. You'll also find a variety of resources there that can help if you're looking to learn more about the Constitution or celebrate Constitution Day. So Anastasia, my first question is a tough one. So you are a constitutional lawyer with the Pacific Legal Foundation. Can you just tell us a little bit, what does that mean?
Yeah, I sue the government when it violates our constitutional rights. My area of expertise is representing people when they go to start a business or they go to get a job, and they see a thicket of government regulations that basically makes their dream impossible. But I also represent people when they're forbidden from speaking as they'd like to speak, or when the government denies them equal treatment based on their race or the gender that they were born into. Basically, I'm here to make sure that the government treats you equally and fairly under the Constitution.
Very cool. So I'm already hearing big ideas about liberty, kind of people's liberty to choose how it is that they can be an entrepreneur and make goods to sell, and also that equality piece, right? Making sure that we're all being treated equally before the law. So this brings me to my big question for the day. And as we're looking at the Constitution, and the Constitution was written some 230 years ago. I guess, my question is, as we're thinking about liberty and equality and how the Constitution supports it, do we really have to look at the document itself? I mean, it's kind of old. It was written in a time before computers were invented. What's the point? Why should we go back and read the Constitution?
Yeah, I think arguably the Constitution matters more than ever. It establishes our rights and our role vis-a-vis the government. And as the government comes to play a bigger role in our lives, the Constitution will naturally come to play a bigger role as well. I mean, if you think about the pandemic, when the government was passing all sorts of regulations, we have to make sure that the government is acting reasonably, that it isn't acting only to dole out favors or arbitrarily or unfairly. We have to make sure that we have some autonomy over our lives and that we hold the government to the agreement set out in the Constitution in terms of it only having limited powers that respect our individual rights. I think kids sometimes tend to think that the government and the Constitution is sort of an adult thing, that it's something that only enters our lives when we have, big responsibilities that's later on in life. But everyone has constitutional rights, and many Supreme Court cases have involved people under the age of 18. From the right not to say the pledge in school, or the right to speak freely, both in school and outside of school, or the right to be free from random searches or to be treated fairly if you're accused of a crime. Everyone enjoys constitutional rights, and they'll always matter as long as we exist in a society that's governed by a government.
All right, you've convinced me. And you've kind of pointed to, there's a big Supreme Court case that just came down that has to do with students in schools. And hopefully on Constitution Day itself, you and I'll be able to talk a little bit about that. But for today, since you've convinced me, let's go ahead and take a quick, closer look at the Constitution and see what we can unpack there. So Anastasia, I love to start these close reads out just with a little bit of historical context, because history is kind of my background and it's the thing that I love. So just to kind of set the table as we're talking about the Constitution, it was drafted in the hot summer of 1787. It was sent out for ratification on September 17th of 1787, which of course is now Constitution Day. It went out for ratification, simply meaning that the states had to debate it, talk about it, in order to pass it so that it could formally replace legally the Articles of Confederation as the new social contract amongst the states. And it's broken down into these tiny 7 sections, talking about the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, sort of the nature of the union relationship among the states, the amendment process, the supremacy clause, meaning it's the law that we all look to, and then laying out this ratification process. So in looking at that sort of jumble, and then looking at all of the 27 amendments that have been passed since, if you're going to tell me, all right, we know that the Constitution is important to look at. If we're going to look at 2 different clauses, say, where would you point me to first? What should we take a look at?
My personal favorites, and that's a tough one because it's a beautiful document. My personal favorites are the 9th and 14th Amendment, which together mean that there's a presumption at all times that we are free to act as we want. And anytime the government takes away any of our liberties from the liberties that you see explicitly written out in the Constitution, like, you know, the famous ones, the right to free speech, the right to have a jury trial, the ones that we can all list off the top of our head, from those to also the unwritten liberties that exist just as a matter of our being human and being born. The right to dress how we want. You know, when I woke up today, it was my right to choose how I dressed up. The right to, I don't know, create a lemonade stand on the corner. All of those rights can't be taken away without good reason and good processes. And so I think that's a very important principle that is protected by the 9th and 14th Amendments.
All right, well, let's take a close look at the 9th Amendment and see what it's got to say here. So the 9th Amendment, part of that original 10 amendments that were passed called the Bill of Rights, says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Anastasia, one of the first questions I have too is why was this included in that first package of the Bill of Rights? What is it about the 9th Amendment that we wanted to make sure that we got in there with these first amendments to the Constitution?
Yeah, well, when the Constitution was being drafted, there were 2 main parties agitating for and against it, and those were the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. And the Anti-Federalists were especially afraid about an overreaching national government, and so they didn't want to approve the Constitution without an express guarantee of rights, or what we now know as the Bill of Rights. And so the Federalists, however, said, hey, if we list out some rights, people are going to think that those are the only rights that we have. And we can't possibly sit down and list out all the rights we have because that list would be innumerable. I mean, we have the right to you know, as I was saying, to go out on the streets in a pink hat. We have just a basic entitlement to liberty. And so we can't set out all of the rights in a Bill of Rights. So James Madison comes up with this genius solution to appease both the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. And he says that, hey, we'll add in some language that makes clear that just because we list out some rights, that shouldn't be taken to mean that we don't have others or that others are entitled to lesser treatment. So it was this beautiful political compromise by James Madison that allowed us to come to a constitutional agreement and to get that Constitution ratified.
So is this something that the Supreme Court has appealed to in different cases, or is this one of those that, you know, it's a good thing that it's there, it's for us to look to and remember, but it's not necessarily been a part of the legal code or sort of our legal understanding?
We have seen overall the Supreme Court recognize the Ninth Amendment and recognize rights that are not explicitly listed out in the Constitution. So, for example, you will see cases recognizing a right to privacy. Well, you can't find the right to privacy listed out anywhere in the Constitution, and yet there are several cases upholding that right. There are cases regarding the right to rear your children, to direct your children's upbringing, to direct their education. One of my personal favorites, the right to earn a living, the right to combine your passion and your interests and your particular talents and to go out into the world and to earn a living by providing a valuable service. Hey, that's not anywhere listed in the Constitution. And yet there are several cases recognizing that right and protecting that right. So overall, we do see cases enforcing the Ninth Amendment, although I think we would be better off if there was even more protection for these unenumerated rights and courts really took them extremely seriously.
So I'm really fascinated by how you phrase that too, because again, thinking about you as a constitutional attorney, I guess thinking about our big question again, why do we bother looking at the text of the Ninth Amendment? It seems the way that you're describing the relationship between the Supreme Court and between the different amendments and the clauses and things that are within the Constitution, it's sort of a conversation, like a constant debate and discussion between different legal minds thinking about this document and trying to interpret it in light of this understanding of liberty and equality. Is that sort of a fair way of characterizing sort of the work that you do as a constitutional attorney, but also the work that we do as citizens in understanding the Constitution?
I think that's fair. And I think that's why you sometimes see disagreement among justices about what the Ninth Amendment means. It's because that some of them don't like some of the liberties that are recognized by the Ninth Amendment, and they don't really want to get in the business of deciding which liberties are protected, what the Ninth Amendment encompasses, because they see it as encroaching upon the government's ability to regulate. They see rights as getting in the way. And so there's been some reluctance by certain justices to recognize the full breadth of the Ninth Amendment and to establish which rights are protected. And I personally think that we should do away with trying to designate out which right is protected and just acknowledge that we live in a free world, that we are free to act as we like within reason. And anytime the government acts, that just puts the burden on the government to justify its action. But this is part of the debate, is how strong of a protection do we give the Ninth Amendment? Which rights are protected? What's the court's role in enforcing it? And that's part of my job, is to advocate for what we think is the proper reading of the Constitution.
Wow, that's really awesome, and what a cool job you have too. I'm jealous. And so the other one you mentioned was the 14th Amendment, and I've called out Section 1 of the 14th Amendment here, in particular because of this due process clause. Because as I understand it, due process is an important idea, and it's particularly important when we're talking about these rights and liberties that individual has. There has to be this word due process involved whenever it is that rights and liberties are somehow in conversation with what government action is. So can you sort of first, just touch on like what's going on with this 14th Amendment, and then maybe a little bit about what due process really is?
Yeah, so the Ninth Amendment sort of sets out our liberties, and the due process clause is how they actually get protected. The due process clause has been interpreted as having two aspects: procedural due process and substantive due process. So those are big words. What do they mean? Procedural due process means that anytime the government takes liberty away, it has to be done through a fair procedure. That is, if we're going to lock you up in jail, well, we have to have a trial first. That's just fair. And it can't be some kangaroo court. There have to be some basic aspects of it that make it fair. So you have to have notice of what you're being accused of. You're entitled to counsel. You're entitled to present evidence. They couldn't just lock you up by, say, random lottery or by a 5-minute trial that really gives you no protection at all. The process through which they take away your liberty has to be meaningful. And that applies also to lawmaking. So anytime Congress is making a law, that process has to be fair too. The legislators couldn't just all get together and play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and then whoever wins rock, paper, scissors gets to decide the law. The process by which laws are passed have to be fair. So that's procedural due process. But there's also another aspect of due process, which is called substantive due process. And it means that while the process of how a law is enacted or how your liberty is taken away, that's a necessary component of a law being valid. but it's not enough. The law also in and of itself has to be a fair one. Otherwise, it can't really be considered a legitimate law. A law isn't just anything. A valid law is one that's fundamentally fair. And so what that means is even if a law has gone through all of the proper processes, basically it has to be a good one. It has to be taking away your liberty for good reason. It has to be taking away those liberties that we just mentioned in the Ninth Amendment for good reason in order to be valid.
Yeah, so there, I think we're touching a bit on that equality thing too, right? Thinking about liberty and equality are two big themes for the day. And particularly, again, me being a history guy, thinking about the 14th Amendment being passed in 1868 in the wake of the Civil War and the abolition of slavery, recognizing African-American men in this instance as being equal citizens of the United States, I think is really something that's really powerful. And it seems like that's what's carried through with this idea of due process. And so I guess I'll just ask too on this one, how has the due process clause been applied by the Supreme Court? What is its significance? Why should we know about it?
Yeah, I think that the importance of the history of the 14th Amendment can't be understated. It is so vital to understand where it came from. And that was that, after the Civil War, we recognized that the federal government needed to play a much stronger role in protecting our rights from abuse by the states. Prior to the Civil War, it was decided by the Supreme Court that the Bill of Rights only applied to the federal government, and that left states to be really a place of lawlessness, a place where people's rights were being violated, particularly for African Americans. It was just a very bad place to be, and the federal government, the Constitution, really didn't have much to say about it. And so the 14th Amendment says that all people need to be treated equally and fairly, and that their rights cannot be taken away without good reason, and they can't be treated differently without good reason. And I think that's been a very powerful tool for civil rights. However, there is one bone to pick I have with the Supreme Court, and that is that they have interpreted this amendment to give different levels of protection depending on the right at issue. So they have said that where the right is explicitly enumerated in the Constitution, where we see it written out, or where a right is considered fundamental, then the court's going to take a really, really, really good look at the law to make sure that it's necessary and worthwhile. But for other rights, for unenumerated rights or rights that the court doesn't think important, then they're just going to subject it to a rather low level of scrutiny. They're going to presume that the legislature was acting constitutionally. They're going to give it the benefit of the doubt. And it really gives us this dual treatment of rights that I think is not supported by the history of the 14th Amendment. It's not supported by the 9th Amendment. I mean, you can see how this very much conflicts with what we just read about in the 9th Amendment, that some rights shouldn't be treated as lesser than others. And so even though the Due Process Clause has been an extremely significant tool for civil rights cases, because it allows us to go into court and to sue the states and to say, hey, you're taking away our liberty, unfortunately, there is this dual treatment of rights that relegates some rights, like the right to earn a living, to a lower level of protection.
Well, Anastasia, thank you so much. Coming back to our big question here, thinking about is the text of the Constitution still relevant today? I think it's fascinating to look at this for a couple of reasons. I mean, again, the way that you've outlined this, and even in the sort of the complex sort of like yes but kinds of things that get woven in there, shows, I think, the importance of understanding this document, but also the importance of all of us understanding it so that we can continue to contribute to this sort of ongoing national conversation about how we protect these rights and how we work towards the betterment of everyone, which I think is exciting, especially on Constitution Day, as we think about the opportunity of everybody who's watching this video, all of us in the United States, having this opportunity to sort of continue this work and continue these conversations and continue to work to make the Constitution live up to those principles of the Declaration of equality for all and liberty for all, which, I don't know, I get kind of excited about. I think it's a pretty cool opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I would just follow up on that by saying that many places in the world have written constitutions, and yet they can be very big abusers of rights. You know, there are totalitarian governments out there, Russia and others, that have explicit protections for, let's say, the right to press, the right to free press, and yet you see that those rights are being abused. So I think that what really matters is not just having a written protection, but having a culture of the Constitution. The reason that our rights are so protected in this country is because there has been a lot of engagement with people with their Constitution. You know, we love it, we cherish it, we try to understand it. And I think that it's this culture of understanding our Constitution and appreciating our rights that are listed out into it, which lead to a free society. It's not the document in itself that's enough. It's really people being engaged with it that will ensure that we get to continue living our free way of life.
Well, Anastasia, thank you again for joining me. And all of you watching, what questions have you all had as we've been working through this? If you have any, please share them in the link below. As I said, Anastasia will be back with me on Constitution Day to talk more about this. And I'm hoping too on that day that we can get into a case that just got decided this year, having to do with a cheerleader from a school in that area, and what she said on Snapchat, sort of how rights play out and how sort of the process of discussing and debating these rights play out. So I'm really looking forward to that. But again, Anastasia, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And we'll see you all next time.
Well, welcome back to Bill of Rights Institute's Constitution Day live programming. I'm Rachel Davison-Humphreys, your host for the day. And this next segment I am so excited about because it is some of my favorite people, history and civic teachers from across the country, talking about how liberty and equality are being taught and learned about in their classrooms. My colleague Liz Evans from Phoenix, Arizona, will be speaking to both Kathy Hagee, teaching in California, and Cynthia Bader, teaching in Washington, D.C. You can submit your questions throughout the day in our YouTube chat, so we'd love to hear from you. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I am Elizabeth Evans, Regional Programs Manager here at the Bill of Rights Institute. And welcome to our Teaching History and Civics Today segment. For this segment, I am joined by BRI Master Teacher Kathy Hagee, who teaches in San Anselmo, California, and who is also wearing Constitution earrings today. I would like to make sure we point that out because it is Constitution Day and this is what we do, right? So Kathy, I'm going to have you go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your school and what you teach.
Sure. Hi, and welcome. And thank you for having me. Happy Constitution Day. I'm so excited. I did want to start first by saying thank you because I am so passionate about what the Bill of Rights does for teachers and students around the country. And I have just truly been a benefactor to so much of the hard work that comes out of BRI. So thank you for everything, and thank you to your team. And I'm truly feeling very privileged and blessed to be here today on Constitution Day, because it is truly one of my favorite days of the year. I do teach at San Domenico School. It's a independent school, an amazing school located in San Anselmo, California. We're a day and a boarding school. And if you don't know where San Anselmo is, we're in Northern California, about 15 miles. You cross over that Golden Gate Bridge and we're about 15 miles up the road, hang a left, and there we are. Currently, I teach United States history to juniors. I teach international relations, ethnic studies, and applied economics to seniors. Last year, though, I did have the privilege of taking a year off of my regularly scheduled social studies preps, and I journeyed into a year-long, just a year-long rebirth of teaching this. It's a core course here at San Domenico, and it just embraces our values and kind of our traditions. It's a social justice class, and all of our juniors take it in a process that aims towards them creating this cumulative just Rose Project. And it's just all about service and just giving back to their local or larger communities. So that year was very impactful for me. So I did take a year off last year and teach social justice. And then before San Domenico, I taught AP US History and AP Psychology for about 17 years at a small independent school for about 10 in LA. And then I started it all in Eastern Pennsylvania at a big suburban high school, which I happened to graduate from, which is Wilson High School.
That is fantastic. So you have lots of different experience. What does liberty and equality mean to you?
Well, to me personally, it means it's just centered on civic education, right? It's to me, understanding that is to understand the outcome of an educated citizenry, a civic body that is educated and then understands that liberty comes with responsibility, should then be able to look at injustice. And that's the key for me. It's about looking at the injustices that are around and then work to correct it. So typically when there's oppression and injustice, there's also inequality. So for me, the true course towards understanding liberty and equality is charted by an educated citizenry whose liberties are protected by a democratic process, but that democratic process has to embrace civic education.
Such a good answer. This is why we love teachers so much right here. I love that. So when you look at then what is, and you kind of already said it, but I want to make sure I do ask the question, is what does liberty and equality mean in your classroom and to your students? Because like you said, you have seniors in high school, so they're getting ready to go out into the world, whether it's trade school, college, whatever it is they're doing. What do those principles mean in your classroom and to your students?
This is a tough one for me. This is the one that I had to park with for a while and think about this question. We have the theory, right? We have what we have the company line. We know what we should be saying, right? And what liberty and equality should look like in our classrooms. But really at the end of the day, is that what it looks like in our classrooms? Probably not. It's hard for me to answer on behalf of my students, especially here at San Domenico, because we are truly the epitome of diversity. With a boarding program like we have, we've got students from all over the country. We have about 130 students in our boarding program, and they represent over 23 nations of the world. So when I have to answer a question on behalf of the students on what they think, it's hard because I really can't pretend to know. I can't pretend to know what those things mean. What I can offer is that after teaching social justice last year, and it really was quite a journey for me personally and as a citizen, I really had to take that journey with that group of young people. And I really had to ask myself the same hard questions that I was asking them. What was I doing? And was I even identifying the right need gaps? And was I applying the efforts to the right places to really have the most outcome? So in my class, what I really try to do is I try to encourage students to be equipped with the skills they need to go out and ask the hard questions, but also I try to really encourage them to think and identify realistic need gaps and then go out and try to create a positive impact, because no matter how small their efforts are, every action, no matter how small, is better than apathy towards injustice. So,
I love that. You have such a unique teaching position, and I think it's such a great thing for you to share what that looks like and to talk about being humble. You talk about taking that journey with your students. That's one of my favorite things about teaching, is that we don't know everything, but we're showing them that, and we're showing them, you're moving toward that. So as we kind of look at this and end on a hopeful note, what are you hopeful for when it comes to liberty and equality in America?
Well, I love that you brought up that humility piece, because that is a tough thing. That's a tough idea for adolescents whose frontal lobes haven't quite finished developing, right? That humility piece. But I do role model humility regularly, and it's not by choice, right? Because I in the classroom, I make a lot of mistakes, and I really quickly realized how behind I was with my own civic activism teaching last year, teaching, being in this unique situation of kind of stepping into a role that I really wasn't prepared for. But to leave on a really positive note, I have so much hope. I mean, I see the wave of social change. Like, I see it hitting the beach, and I see my young people are just hungry for it. They're hungry for it here at San Domenico, and they've been hungry for it for my entire teaching career. The key is that education, right? That idea of, we have systems in place. We need to know how they work so that we can access them and that we can change them. And we have to also recognize that unbridled passions, as great as the intentions are, they can be super counterproductive. And right now at this age group, there's a lot of passion. So for me, I try to just remind them to kind of bridle the passion, focus on the systems, learn your civic responsibilities, and act on them. And in a lot of ways, I think it's the older generation that's really holding back the youth. I'm so inspired. I truly am so inspired by the young people here at San Domenico and the young people I've taught. They're not accepting apathy as their legacy for civic activism. I mean, I see positive change. They see need gaps, and they want to fight for liberty and equality for all. And as a teacher, I need to get on board, and I just need to teach them the process, the leadership skills, and then just get out of their way, because they're going to be amazing.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us, Kathy. We so appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful Constitution Day.
Happy Constitution Day to you too, and to everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Kathy.
Bye.
And I am going to switch over because we have another BRI master teacher who is joining us. Hello, Cynthia. I'm so excited to see you again. As a side note, I've gotten to talk to all these teachers, and they're all so amazing, hence my super excitement. So I am joined in this segment by Cynthia Bader, who is a BRI master teacher who actually teaches in Washington, D.C. And I would say here in Washington, D.C., but I am in Arizona and you are on a different coast. So Cynthia, if you want to take a little time, introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your teaching load and your school.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good to see you, Elizabeth, and everybody. So I'm an Army brat and was born in Texas, lived in New Mexico and Michigan. My mother was born in Japan. She's a naturalized U.S. citizen, had a career working for the U.S. government as a civil servant. That's how she met my father. My father, when he retired from the Army, he actually taught as well. After he retired from his military career, he taught high school ROTC in Michigan. Let's see, I have a husband and 2 adult children, a son and a daughter. My son was born on Dr. Seuss's birthday, and my daughter was born on Constitution Day. So make of that what you will. Yes, it's also my daughter's birthday. So I've been teaching for over 30 years now. I formerly taught middle school, and now in the twilight of my career, I'm teaching 4th grade at an all-girls school here in DC. I'm both a homeroom teacher and a U.S. geography teacher at my school. We're departmentalized even at my grade level here. I teach 3 sections, and this includes with U.S. geography teaching civics. So of course, we launched our Constitution unit today. And so it includes teaching civics and the reading skills particular to reading history. So the nonfiction skills, my department is heavily reading and writing based. I'm fortunate to teach at a school that deeply values civic engagement. So I'm fortunate to have the time I need to dive in to founding documents with my students. They ask really good questions, even at this age. And I've been teaching fully in person since last spring, which is exhausting. So for anyone out there who's in a similar boat, I'm with you. So that's kind of who I am and a little bit about my teaching.
I love that you teach 4th grade because we've had a middle school teacher, we've had a high school teacher, and I think that sometimes, the elementary gets lost, and I love hearing that is what you get to do. It ignites a fire, and it's so wonderful.
Oh, yes.
So our whole theme is liberty and equality. So Cynthia, what does liberty and equality mean to you?
Okay, so for me, I'm going to pause and say, I just had some 9th graders who are former students pop in to see me, and they all recited the preamble with me when they saw that I was doing the unit. So just had to stop, and it's so fun when they stop in. Liberty and equality. For me, liberty means that I have the freedom to do what I believe I'm uniquely called and equipped to do in the world. And also the freedom to act according to my conscience and to speak according to my conscience. So speech and beliefs. And I'm inspired. I'm looking up at a quotation I keep on my bulletin board where my students can see it. Lord Acton said, "Liberty is not the power of doing what we like, but the right of being able to do what we ought." So that has always been by my desk. It informs me. It's what shapes what I teach my students. So for me, the pursuit of happiness is that. It's the ability to act according to my beliefs and conscience in the way I feel called in the world around me. And I want that same freedom for other people as well. And then that ties in with equality, because equality, in my understanding, is about the fact that each human being has equal value. They're born with the same rights I have. I think I saw Carol Berkin talk about the tiger's stripes, and I actually saw the word granted freedoms, and I paused and said, now in my class, I want you to know that I disagree with that, and that's my opinion. But anyway, to me, equality is about the fact that we all have equal values. People are born with the same rights I have with regard to freedom of conscience, the freedom to act in accordance with their beliefs. So liberty and equality, for me, they're inextricably linked. I can't want liberty for myself without wanting others to equally share in that liberty. So that's how I sum it up.
That is amazing. This is why we have teachers on. They're so good at explaining these. So, with your fourth graders,
yes.
And I also love that your ninth graders come in, they're talking about the preamble. So what does liberty and equality then mean in your classroom and really to your students? Because elementary is a very different set of children, I guess I'm saying, than junior high or high school.
Exactly, because in elementary, we're still teaching them those skills. We're not, we are doing content. I'm fortunate I get to choose the content with which to practice the skills. So we will be closely reading Frederick Douglass's Independence Day speech and parts of the Constitution. So freedom of conscience is a big driver of my teaching practice. And I explicitly invite my students and empower them to act according to their beliefs and conscience. My school happens to be an Episcopal school. So we have chapel services that might include language that is counter to the beliefs of some of my students and their families. And they're not obligated to say those words. I explicitly tell them that it's better to act according to your conscience than to say what you might feel that you should say because the people around you are saying it. I actually explicitly invite my students to watch for times that they might encounter something with which they disagree. They might not believe it's factual. And then to speak up. So whether it's something I say, something in a textbook, a video, the media, that our classroom is a place where they can question authority. They're empowered to do that in my classroom. I actually also very much believe in respecting their privacy. So even though I technically don't have to look in their desks or their cubbies, I do ask to role model that respect. So my students, another thing I think about with my students is I believe right now, children, elementary children, all students are seeing adults telling others what they're free to say and not to say. And what I see is a chilling effect on children, and on their minds. So I really work hard to make my classroom a space where they learn skills. I teach them phrases to use to be able to have constructive discussions across different beliefs. So it's very skills-based.
But it's modeling too. Even at the elementary level, there's a sense of modeling what that looks like. So because we love to end on hopeful notes,
yes.
What are you hopeful for when it comes to liberty and equality in America, especially through the lens of an elementary teacher?
Right. It's actually a very healthy place to be right now in many ways. So first of all, where I live during the pandemic, I began seeing a lot more children being given freedom to play independently outside, being given independence. They maybe didn't have as much before. So when I believe that when children have lives that are largely scripted by adults, I'll put it this way, when they have more time for free play, I believe children grow more of a sense of agency and personal responsibility. And my opinion is that agency and personal responsibility are essential to a republic. So, and in order for them to grow up to value their liberty as adults, they need to get a taste of what that's like on a child's level. So that gives me hope to see more agency among children around me. And second, I'm hearing more conversations about equality, important and hard conversations, and what equality means. And I see children, it came up today on our first, just talking about the preamble. I had students, 9-year-olds raising their hands asking, well, what about this? But what about women? They couldn't vote then. I mean, they're asking that. So I see younger Americans grappling with that question of what equality means and wanting to understand different perspectives about it. And they want to be inclusive. I don't know that they always see all adults being inclusive, but they want to be inclusive. And so it gives me hope to see them wanting to have inclusive, engaging conversations about these hard questions about equality and what it means, because on their level, these are essential questions. So
and that is so huge I have a 10-year-old, so that is a huge thing. Cynthia, thank you so much for taking time out of your day, out of your classroom day, and spending time with us. Thank you Thank you for what you do for civic education. Everyone stay tuned, because coming up, and Cynthia actually already talked about this, but at the top of the hour, we're gonna have a live scholar talk with Tony Williams and Carol Berkin. Thank you, everybody, and have a wonderful Constitution Day.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us for the Bill of Rights Institute Constitution Day live programming. I am so excited for our next segment. Remember that you can ask questions throughout all of our segments on our YouTube channel, so get ready, because you are going to really want to talk to our guest. It is my great pleasure to introduce BRI's own senior scholar, Tony Williams, and the venerable Dr. Carol Berkin. Tony?
Thanks, Rachel. Rachel. Hi, everyone. This year, we're celebrating Constitution Day by exploring the relationship of the principles of liberty and equality and how we continue to balance those principles today. For this special episode of Scholar Talks, we're very honored to have Dr. Carol Berkin here with us live on Constitution Day to discuss liberty and equality and to answer your questions. If you have not yet seen our recorded discussion, there will be a replay after this conversation. Carol, I want to thank you very much for joining us and offering your expertise as well as historical context for understanding liberty and equality today on Constitution Day.
Happy to be here.
Great. Well, my first question has to do with the founders. The Declaration of Independence asserted, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." So equality seems to be that central promise, really what we might call the guiding star of the American regime. So how did the founders understand the principle of equality? You know, was it equal rights? Was it equality under the law, equal justice? How did they understand equality?
Well, the Declaration of Independence does begin by declaring that all men were created equal and that they enjoyed unalienable, that is, they couldn't give them up under any circumstances or have them taken away, natural rights to life, liberty. And Jefferson then waxes a little poetically, and he changes what everyone understood to be the third right, which was the right to property. And he says the right to happiness. I can assure you that for all men who had property, that was happiness. But Thomas Jefferson and most of the leaders of the Revolution understood this idea of equality and natural rights the way John Locke, the English political philosopher who they followed, understood it. This absolute equality that couldn't be alienated existed only really in a state of nature. That is, before people came together to agree to create society and government. People, Locke said, sometime in the far distant past, decided to live under what he called a social contract, to abide by a set of rules and laws that in many ways modified their absolute rights, but protected them from a world in which might made right. Over time, a really good government passed laws that created specific new liberties, like freedom of the press or the right to a trial by jury. Although these were man-made or societal rights rather than natural rights, the government was expected to respect and sustain these traditional liberties, what came to be called traditional liberties, as well as natural rights. If they failed to do so, the social contract made between the government and the people was declared null and void, and the people had a right to create a new government. Now, the Declaration of Independence, as I'm sure you know, was written to prove, to show that the British government had broken its contract by endangering not only the natural rights of the colonists, but also their traditional rights that had been established by law and precedent. But it begs the question, who exactly were the people? Natural law might have implied all human beings, regardless of race or wealth or gender, height, age. But traditional law did not. The traditional liberties Thomas Jefferson wanted to protect did not apply equally to all. That is, who were the people who could establish a new government or abolish an old government? Who was entitled to govern, to actually govern, and who was entitled to select them as governors? Who had, under the law, been guaranteed personal autonomy and who had had their autonomy restricted? Man-made law and legal precedents all operated in the 18th century and in many places today as well to create or sustain social hierarchy, not equality. When Jefferson and other leaders of the Revolution spoke or wrote of the people having the right to restore natural rights and the protection of their unalienable rights, their definition was very different from our own today in America. For them, only legally free white men who owned property were eligible to assert these unalienable rights, and only they were entitled to play an active role in selecting the people who would make the new rules and design the new government. These were the people, these men, free white men who owned property. They were, we would say, active citizens who could demand that the social contract be upheld or that a new government be created. The vast majority of the people living in the colonies and later, once the Revolution began, the states, were destined to be passive recipients of the protections of any new government that was created. Now, there might be laws that protected indentured servants or tenant farmers or African Americans or women of any race or class, but these groups were not allowed to play a role in approving the lawmakers or in making the laws. They were defined as dependents, and they lived under the new social contract the revolution was about to create. And although they might benefit to one degree or another from it, they were not entitled to play an active role in shaping it. To have a political voice in the 18th century was to enjoy a privilege others were not entitled to enjoy. This is why I argue, and all my students can tell you I argue it often, that one of the great engines of American history, that is what moves our history along, is the struggle to ensure that full and active citizenship become a birthright, not a privilege. And on that historical timeline that you can draw in your mind about equality, we can see that birthright coming first to white men who didn't own property in the early 19th century, then for a very brief time to Black men who had been freed from enslavement after the Civil War, then in the early 20th century to women, and with the civil rights movement to people of color. So equality is an emerging historical concept. It's not really a fixed value that Americans hold.
Right. Excellent. And as you're mentioning some of the ways that equality differed, you know, the revolutionary and founding aspirations of equality in the American Republic sometimes fell short and were not perfectly achieved for all people. And you know, students reflexively and very rightly, you know, wonder how slavery could coexist, you know, with this new regime of liberty. And so in what ways did slavery contradict this ideal, this aspiration for equality?
Well, we would think the answer is simple. And there were people, even in the 18th century, not many, but there were people who argued that slavery contradicted the whole idea of a war fought for liberty and freedom. But as I said, the way in which people perceive the world differs from century to century. And the social hierarchy that laws and tradition and custom had created in the world in which people lived made it not seem so outrageous, to use a modern term, that some people had more freedom than others. Some people had more liberty than others. Some people had more rights than others. And in that hierarchy, you can see husbands had more rights than wives. Parents had more rights than children. Free people had more rights than indentured servants. Masters had more rights than their apprentices. And there were a whole category of people who had really no rights at all. And while this seems so bizarre to us, in a world of tremendous, that people understood to be organized in a hierarchical way, this seemed, if nothing more than a little unfortunate, but the way the world was. I know that it's hard to picture this, but imagine if you were an 18-year-old 20 years ago, and you would say, "Why are you saying I can't vote? I'm an adult." "No, dear, you're not." And then suddenly a law is passed that says, "Yes, you are an adult. You can vote." So there are a whole series of restraints that when they are lifted, it seems self-evident that they should never have been there in the first place. But while they're operating and the word for it is normative, they're the norm, most people don't really ponder them very much. They're busy leading their own lives. They're busy thinking about their own fact. It didn't trouble enough people that slavery existed in the midst of liberty and freedom for some.
Right. And, you recently completed a very interesting and important new book that fits perfectly well in our discussion of equality and equal justice. It's called The Child in the Electric Chair. So can you tell us a little bit about how this book came about? And also tell us the story of George Junius Stinney Jr. and a little bit about racial injustice in the era of Jim Crow.
Yes. This book was an act of astounding research by a very dear friend of mine, Eli Faber, a fine historian who contracted pancreatic cancer and died before he could complete the book. He called me up. We had been friends since graduate school. He called me up and he said, will you have all the notes for the last chapter? Will you write the last chapter? And will you see this book to publication? And I said, of course. University of South Carolina Press, which is where George Stinney suffered this horrific miscarriage of justice, was eager to publish it, and so they did. George Stinney Jr. was a 14-year-old Black boy living in what was a mill town. That is, the whole town, everything in it was owned by the mill owners, and everybody worked in the mill. The mill owners happened to be very benign, very benevolent, and strangely enough, the Black and white workers got along fairly well. They were segregated, but they got along fairly well until 2 young white girls were found brutally murdered. It was immediately assumed, because this was the era of Jim Crow. That is, this was the era of segregation and laws that operated to suppress the rights of African Americans throughout the South. I know because I grew up in Alabama before the Civil Rights Movement began. I mean, I was young before the Civil Rights Movement began, and I saw Jim Crow in operation. So it was immediately assumed a Black man had done this. And the sheriff went into town and asked someone, who do you think could have done this? Who's a bad actor in town? And the guy said, oh, George Stinney Jr., that kid is a no good. And that was enough. They never looked for anybody else. They never searched for the kind of evidence you would expect them to search for. They arrested George Stinney Jr. I mean, here was a 90-something pound prepubescent. He hadn't even really experienced puberty at that concave chest you see in young boys, who was accused of brutally attacking 2 girls and ripping the front bicycle wheel off the bicycle in apparent rage. They didn't search for any bloody clothing he might have had on. They never inquired if anybody else had done it. It was enough to say a troublesome Black person did this, and they rushed this trial to begin. They tried this young boy in an adult court. In an adult court, not in a juvenile court. The trial, the jury was all white in a town that was overwhelmingly half Black and half white. The trial took a couple of hours one afternoon, and the jury took 10 minutes to convict him and condemn him to death in the electric chair. An astonishing trampling of what we today would call the rule of law and justice, the process of justice. Now, the governor could have could have pardoned him, could have commuted his sentence to life in prison. His lawyers who had been appointed to serve for him, who both were hoping to run for office in a segregated world where it was really important to keep Black men under control, did not cross-examine any of the witnesses, didn't put forward any witnesses of their own. And the governor said, who was also thinking of running for the Senate and wanted to make sure he stood firm for segregation now and forever, and that he would keep Black people, Black men who were, as far as they were concerned, animals who lusted after white women, in their place. So the governor said, I'm not commuting the sentence. I'm not pardoning him. His attorney said, no, don't bother. I mean, he's guilty. We're sure he is. We got a confession out of him. They took a 14-year-old Black child into a room with sheriffs and symbols of white authority, and they suggested to him if he confessed, he could go home. And so he confessed, and he didn't go home. The NAACP was the last hope for this young boy, and they were not strong at the time. This was the 1940s. And they had other projects they were engaged in, and they said, we just can't take up this fight. And so 14-year-old George Stinney went to the electric chair. He was so small that they had trouble fitting him in the chair. And when they finished electrocuting him, his family said that he looked burnt to a crisp and that he was blue. Years went by. And finally, two lawyers became interested in this case. And they said, this is a miscarriage of justice. I mean, Jim Crow was technically over in the South. The American law, the nation's law, applied to Black people as well as white people. And pro bono, that is for no fee, they took up this case again. And they argued it before a white woman judge who said, I can't retry George Stinney Jr. There's no records of his case. We don't have any documents. Half the people involved are dead. What I can do is I can more or less evict the sentence by saying that there was a miscarriage of justice, that constitutional law was not followed. And this is what she did. And so in 2016, George Stinney's case legally became a case of a miscarriage of justice. This tells you, in the book includes a chapter on lynching, the way in which African-American men, with the slightest whiff of a sense that they had been guilty of rape or of some kind of attack on white women, were brutally tortured and killed. It has a chapter on the NAACP, but mostly it is the story of this 14-year-old boy who got caught up in Jim Crow justice, which was no justice at all for him. And I think it is a warning to us to always remember that you cannot let whole races of people, whole groups of people, whole genders of people fall through the cracks if we are going to honor the Constitution.
Right, Carol, such a powerful story, especially reminding us of the importance of equality on Constitution Day. I read the book, The Child in the Electric Chair. It's a powerful book. I really recommend it to the audience. And I can't thank you enough for coming on to answer my questions and joining us on Constitution Day. And I think Rachel may have a question or two from the audience.
We have had a couple of questions come in. I really think that most people were just enraptured with the story that was just told. It is such a, I know in the studio here, there were some teary eyes as we think about just this injustice, this complete tragedy. Someone wanted to know if there are more stories, just these the story of George St. Jr. is such an untold story. Are there other stories like this that you're aware of that you can recommend to us, either books or just individuals that you would recommend we look to elevate their story to be more widely known?
Well, in the 20th century, we have, sadly, a great number of them. There's a wonderful book called 3 Lives for Mississippi, which is the story of 2 white civil rights freedom summer workers who went to Mississippi to register voters, Black voters, and a local Black activist, and they were brutally murdered in Mississippi. There's Emmett Till, also in the 20th century, also really after the civil rights movement had gained steam, who was a young boy from Chicago who went down to visit his relatives, and he apparently did not know the rules of the segregated world he had entered. And they say he whistled at a white woman and they dismembered him. I mean, there are, but more than these brutal stories, more than stories, there are just endless stories of Black people who were tried by all white juries, who had no respect for the legal rights of these men and women. They are told in sort of collective studies of Black rights or lack of rights throughout the Jim Crow period, and they're told in the laws, books about the laws that were on the books from colonial times until the 20th century. People for petty crimes, for large crimes, who did not really receive their constitutional rights, who somehow it was not necessary to operate under the rules of law. And you can find them in any number of books that look at the law in African Americans. There's a project run by, I think his name is Brett Stevenson, today, to try to achieve equal justice under the law for African Americans, unjustly or without having been told their rights, arrested even to this day.
So one of the questions is we work a lot with high school students, and really these are such powerful stories, and telling the stories are very important. But you've worked a lot in your scholarship with young people. How can we communicate these stories to students? And Tony has worked a lot with young people in his book writing, to have them understand these miscarriages of justice beyond just encouraging them to learn the stories. What can we offer to students when it comes to these kind of addressing these gross miscarriages of justice?
Well, first of all, we have to do something more than just say, boy, those were bad people, they were wrong. And that's a really easy thing to do. What I tried to say about Thomas Jefferson and the men who worked on the Constitution, the world they lived in saw things differently. You have to have an impulse to want to understand, first of all. That's what a historian does. Proper historians don't run around saying he was bad, he was good, he was right, he was wrong. We say, what was going on? What was the context in which these kinds of things happened? And what was the context in which people decided they shouldn't happen anymore? What's that moment when people say, no, you can't try a 14-year-old in an adult court? That should be illegal. So those kinds of, you have to approach these questions as questions that ask why, how, when, what was the setting, instead of, I often have a student who says, oh, those people were just bad. That doesn't really enlighten us very much. And secondly, and this may be really a terrible thing to have to say, students have to want to meet us halfway. We have a lot we can teach them. We have a lot we can tell them. The Bill of Rights Institute has a lot that can be shared with them. But you have to want to have it shared with you. If you don't care, I used to have a joke with my students. I say, if you don't read this, I'm going to tell your mother. It doesn't work. There has to be a kind of confluence, a meeting of your desire to understand the American past so you can better understand the American future, that is the present, and how to build the future you're going to live in. You have to join that to all the work that historians have done to uncover this information for you.
Well, on those words, I think we can say thank you so much, Carol Berkin. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Rachel.
Up next, we're going to give you the opportunity to watch the conversation that Tony and Carol had a couple of weeks ago, and then to have the more in-depth conversation on the nature of justice and equality. And then afterwards, we're going to continue our Constitution Day programming back here in the studio with a live conversation. This is our last conversation of the day with Civics 101's Nick Capodice. So again, submit your questions, enjoy the programming, and we look forward to seeing you back here at the top of the hour.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So both in terms of external threats and in terms of internal rot, I guess you could call it, they thought that the creation of a national government to oversee this would, in the long run, protect the liberty and the life and the possession of property of the greatest number of American citizens.
Hi, this is Tony Williams, a senior fellow with the Bill of Rights Institute. And this year we are celebrating Constitution Day by exploring the relationship of the principles of liberty and equality and how we continue to balance these principles. For this special episode of Scholar Talk, I'm joined by Professor Carol Berkin, a distinguished historian, author, and expert on the American Revolution and women's history, to explore how the founding generation interpreted liberty and equality. As you watch this video, please think of questions you'd like to ask Dr. Berkin. We'll be bringing her back on Constitution Day to answer your questions live. Follow the link below to submit questions and receive a variety of useful resources, videos, and e-lessons on the subject of the Constitution as we lead up to the day itself. Carol, I want to thank you very much for joining us to offer your expertise and provide some historical context on liberty and equality.
Delighted to be here.
Great. Well, my first question relates to the earlier colonial period and the struggle against Great Britain. And the American colonists spoke frequently of their traditional liberties, but they also spoke of their natural rights during the resistance against Great Britain. So what were some of those liberties, and what is the difference between what they called the rights of Englishmen and natural rights?
I think people should think of natural rights in their perspective as the rights that preceded all creation of society and government. It's very John Lockean. That is an idea that there is something called the state of nature, in which people existed with no regulation and no limitation at all, and must have decided somewhere back in the mists of history, no one dared give a date to it, that maybe it would be better if they basically formed society and created a governing body that could protect those natural rights. So the natural rights come from God and from nature. That's their understanding. And they were, Jefferson describes them in the Declaration of Independence as life, liberty, and Jefferson writes the pursuit of happiness. because there's a flourish there. But the men, and we're really talking not about the revolutionary generation as a whole, we're talking about white men and white men of property. They understood that what Jefferson was saying in a kind of romanticized way was the protection of property, not just your plot of land, but rather your possessions, that you had a natural right to your life, to liberty is the hard one, because I think what they really meant, and scholars have disagreed about this, your liberty meant that you were free both in movement and free from domination by another individual. They had to step rather gingerly about this because, of course, many of them were slaveholders, which certainly denied that right to African Americans. But liberty, I believe, meant the opportunity to make one's own way in the world, both physically and in terms of economic gain, and in terms of what one thought and what one said. But the pursuit of happiness, I think, really was understood by them as the other piece of this, which was the right to retain your possessions safely, the right to keep and make use of what you have either earned by the sweat of your brow, inherited from your family. That's really what was being pursued. Happiness is, unless you assume that means happiness, but I think Jefferson, I don't want to say led us astray, but he becomes very vague when he says the pursuit of happiness. So those are your natural rights. And as Jefferson writes in the Declaration, these are unalienable. You cannot be forced to give them up, but you also can't voluntarily give them up, apparently. It's like the leopard and his spots. The leopard can't give those spots up. And this is an optimistic view that people, psychologists later on and sociologists who have written books about people's desire to be dominated, people's desire to have someone make decisions for them, would argue with Jefferson about this. The traditional liberties, that is the rights of Englishmen that they talked about, came after the creation of government. And these were the laws, the statutes, the customs, the precedents, the policies that the government set. So when they said we have the rights of Englishmen, they're talking about the right to free speech. They're talking many of the things that ultimately become written into the Bill of Rights. The right to a trial by your peers. These are, I don't want to say artificial, but they come after the government is created. And the general understanding by the American colonists who supported the revolution was that, in fact, the social contract, the agreement between the governed and those who govern them, which Locke talked about as a social contract, that when people back in the mists of time got together and said, we're going to create a government, it was a contract that we will recognize the legitimacy of that government as long as it protected our natural rights, as long as it served the best interests of the people. At the point at which it ceased to serve the best interest of the people, the contract was broken. And I think it's interesting, students and teachers should ponder the terms, contract. This is an era really when the idea of legal agreements about things was beginning to really dominate. Another way of saying that is the rise of capitalism, that these things were beginning to develop. And so Locke speaks of it in the same way that if I signed a contract with the Bill of Rights Institute, we both had to do what we promised to do, otherwise the contract is null and void. So what Americans are saying, and you can, if you read the Declaration of Independence and you read past the preamble into the body of the Declaration of Independence, excuse me, which is the part they thought was important. It's really a kind of lawyerly brief that says, this is how the king broke the social contract. And it's interesting to look at it. I actually, never hurts for a historian of the era to reread that some of the things they accuse the king of doing relate to natural rights. That is, the first one is he's refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. You haven't done what you promised to do in terms of our natural rights. But many of them are about the post-organization of society. They're about the way in which his policies and his treatment of laws already on the books or precedents already established by the government have not been attended to, have not been obeyed. And so the Declaration of Independence shows you the way in which these two sets of rights are combined to fuel, in fact, a Declaration of Independence, to fuel a war for independence.
Excellent. So moving a little bit forward from the time period of the Declaration to the Constitution itself, liberties were really threatened during the 1780s, and that led to the Constitutional Convention and men like Madison and Hamilton, Washington, and others. They wanted a stronger national government that they thought would ironically do a better job of protecting liberties than a weak government. So, and you dial into this in your book, A Brilliant Solution, which was fantastic. And can you explain how they expected this new constitutional order to better protect liberty?
Well, for one thing, the protection of your life and your liberty when there were foreign powers far more powerful. That my students often think, I once had a student who wrote, from the moment the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, which makes me think he was not a sailor, landing on the rock is not a good idea, America was the most powerful country in the world. It's very hard sometimes to shake students, these are college students, from the belief that America's position today is the position they always had. But in fact, in the 1780s, people in Paris did not open their newspaper to find out what the people in America thought and were doing, because that was the most important thing in the world. We were a third-rate nation that they didn't think really had a chance of lasting very long. And in fact, countries like Holland and France and England were thinking, well, when that country falls apart, and if we can give it a little nudge, we can divvy it up. And we know this is true because the French ambassador at the time the Constitutional Convention was meeting is writing home to his superiors, well, what part of the United States would the king like to take when it falls apart? So clearly, men who were nationalists, that is Washington, Hamilton, Gouverneur Morris at the time, Madison, thought that 13 separate sovereign countries, which is how you really have to think about the states. They weren't administrative branches of a nation. They saw themselves as sovereign, independent powers. We're not going to be able to protect the peoples of those states against invasion, against Indian attack, against slave uprisings, which Southern states leaders, white leaders, worried about, that there were the danger to your liberty and the danger to your life were really quite real. Also, Madison, for instance, thought that the people who had taken power in Virginia were corrupt. The 18th century political leaders worried enormously about power corrupting. We need to do that more today. They really believed that the lust for power was open-ended. And Madison writes that the government of Virginia, they're squabbling over who gets what kind of power. We need a government over that government and other state governments that can take into account the needs of all the people, but who also could diminish the power of these state governments. And that's really what they wanted to do. They wanted to create a uber power that was made up of, they hoped, the very best of every state, you know, the creme de la creme of wise political men who would, in essence, discourage this kind of state level greed that Madison saw. So both in terms of external threats and in terms of internal rot, I guess you could call it, they thought that the creation of a national government to oversee this would, in the long run, protect the liberty and the life and the possession of property of the greatest number of American citizens. And that's why they were strong advocates. I don't think that it was because they themselves were power hungry. If you will allow me, Hamilton, for instance, wanted a strong national government that could take its seat at the table with the European powers, not for his own interest in his personal power was really not very, he could have quit, but he was a fabulous lawyer. If he was interested in his own wealth and his own social status and his own everything, being in the national government was not where it was at. He could have made a much better life for his family if he wanted the country to be powerful enough to protect itself always. And I think that was the nationalist motivation when they went to this convention in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Great. Well, James Madison then fights for a Bill of Rights in the first Congress after the Constitution is ratified, and the states ratified those 10 amendments. You wrote about that in your book, The Bill of Rights.
Yes.
And so can you describe the struggle to create the Bill of Rights, and how did the Bill of Rights itself protect liberties?
Yes. Even though the Constitution was ratified, a large number, a great number of American voters, that is, American white men who own property, still were wary about the national government. They thought it was going to become, as they saw the English government, the government of Great Britain, it would become tyrannical. Inevitably, they believed it would become tyrannical. And what they wanted was to call a second convention and basically take away all of the powers that the national government was given. They were states' rightists in the most extreme. They believed that local government protected people's rights better than this national government would, and that they wanted to eviscerate the powers that had been given to the federal government. Well, this and the strongest advocates of this were in Madison's own home state. And so he worried a lot about this. And as those who've studied Madison know, he was a big worrier generally. And so he said, what we've got to do is we've got to, and what these opponents, by the way, had claimed, their biggest argument was, this government is intended to be tyrannical because there's no Bill of Rights in it. There's no statement about the rights of the people. That proves that danger is afoot. Well, the man who wrote the Constitution said, but most of the state governments already have a Bill of Rights in there. And our government has nothing to do with most of those issues. So why should we say we're not going to do something that we have no power to do? Let's all go home. They really wanted to go home. They'd been 4 months in Philadelphia away from their home. So Madison said that was a tactical mistake, a strategic mistake. What we've got to do is, in the first Congress, we've got to issue a Bill of Rights. And he was clever enough to say that Bill of Rights will not touch the powers of the federal government. It will guarantee all kinds of powers that American people are worried about, even though really he knew that no enforcement mechanisms were available to the federal government. He wrote a long, I think there were 36 or 38 rights that he included, all of which would have been recognizable to the average American white male, most of which the colonies had and the British government had endorsed. And he submitted it, and he thought, of course, Federalists, that is the nationalists, dominated in the Congress and in the presidency, and so it'll be easy going. And he was amazed to discover that the Congress said, go away, don't bother us. We've got important things we have to do. We have to set the import-export duties. We have to decide where the permanent capital is going to be. We have to create the judiciary. Leave us alone with this. We don't need this. Madison was stunned, but he persisted and he persisted and he persisted. And over the months, people finally gave in and they said, okay, all right. And ultimately, they reduced. Madison also was not a great stylist. He was not a Gouverneur Morris or an Alexander Hamilton or a Thomas Jefferson. And he made the argument that it will win over a lot of the people who are still not throwing their support to the government. It'll win over North Carolina and Rhode Island, who haven't joined the Union yet. It will diminish the push for a second convention. And everybody said, okay, fine. And they reduced it to 12 amendments. Actually, the Senate reduced it to 12 amendments. And it passed. And what is it? Madison had a very complicated mind, a very complex mind. And he said, even if we can't provide an enforcement mechanism, and we don't until the 14th Amendment after the Civil War, what we can do, what he hoped we can do, is we can establish in the minds of Americans that this is a statement, is the credo of what Americans believe in, that they will internalize the Bill of Rights. They will, I mean, he didn't use that word, but basically he hoped that people would internalize that this is what America stands for. The Bill of Rights explain what America stands for to the world and to Americans themselves. And so Madison had both practical political reasons for proposing the Bill of Rights, but he also had these really quite lofty hopes that it would become the American credo, for which I deeply admire him for maintaining. Most people are either just practical or they're pie in the sky, but Madison was able to do both.
Right.
And it did go through, Congress approved it because the few anti-federalists who were in Congress were horrified that it did not include certain things they wanted. And the one big thing they wanted would have eviscerated the power of the Constitution. They wanted that the federal government can't do anything that is not expressly, it's a very important word, expressly given to them in the Constitution. So there would be no implied powers. There would be no, and they lost on that. And then they passed it, and it was so unimportant to the men at the time that when Jefferson, as Secretary of State, announced that it had been ratified by the states, he announced it after more important things such as fishing rights had been approved. And so, no one thought it was really very important. It was symbolic. And it remained symbolic really until the 14th Amendment. And even after that, it's not until the 20th century that judges begin to cite it in their cases extensively, and then precedents are set that rely on the Bill of Rights. So Madison did a good deed for us.
Yes, he did. So the revolutionary and founding aspirations of liberty that we've discussed, these American creeds, sometimes we've fallen short and sometimes desperately short, and we're not yet achieved for all people. And so in what ways was liberty imperfectly achieved in America?
Well, it began falling very short. When they talked about the American people, the image conjured up was white men who owned property. They essentialized, fancy word, that was the essential figure that they envisioned. Certainly women did not, I think one way to think about this is groups of Americans remained passive citizens. They did not participate actively in governing or in choosing governors. Women, indentured servants, tenant farmers, younger sons who didn't own property, certainly by race and gender, African Americans, Native Americans, all these people were left out. They were not considered qualified to be active participants in this social contract. And so from the very beginning, that's the case. Over time, what's interesting, I often draw a timeline for my students. And on that timeline, I show them that one of the great engines of American history is the struggle to turn these groups into active citizens. And the first one is all white men, regardless of whether they own property. The second one temporarily was Black men after the American Civil War. And I always give a big X when students write Black people got the vote, because Black women did not. And then in the 20th century, women got the vote. And then in the civil rights movement, Black people, male and female, once again got the right to vote. So this is one of, I think, the great engines of our history. And it shows you a kind of striving by these groups. It didn't just happen automatically. Oh, gee, we forgot you. Come on aboard. Oh, come on aboard. it is one of the great struggles in American society, and it goes on to this day. And I think that it stems from the fact that there stands the Bill of Rights, and there stands the Constitution that says you are not living up to what you claim is your manifesto, your credo. And so that struggle goes on, and hopefully we will reach a point where not only is it fully inclusive, but there is no backtracking. There is no, here, Black men, you can vote. Wait a minute, no, you can't vote, because we've introduced Jim Crow laws. So hopefully everyone will be active citizens. That's what I think those of us who enshrine in our own minds the Constitution and the Bill of Rights hope for.
Carol, I want to thank you very much, and maybe we'll end on that hopeful note. And I want to thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to you joining us on Constitution Day as well.
I'll be there.
Great. So what questions or comments occurred to you throughout this video? Please use the link below to send them directly to Dr. Berkin and me, and we'll answer them on Constitution Day. In the meantime, please check out our other videos we have specifically designed for Constitution Day, including an analysis of the Constitution itself and why it is relevant to students with Anastasia Boden, constitutional expert and senior attorney at the Pacific Legal Foundation. Also, a trip to Mount Vernon to explore what historic structures can teach us about the complexity of our country's founding, and more. So we'll be exploring these issues all year, so stay involved with us on social media and look out for many more events and ways to get involved. Thank you.
Welcome, one and all, to the Bill of Rights Institute's Constitution Day live programming. We are so excited to be here for our final session of the day. These are some of my favorite people talking about some of my favorite things. So make sure that you add your comments on our channel, and we'll be able to get to them throughout the conversation today. Without further ado, it is my deep pleasure to introduce our final panelists today. I'll let them introduce themselves. Mary?
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, everybody, and happy Constitution Day. I'm Mary Patterson, and I work on the content team here at the Bill of Rights Institute, and I am joined by my colleague and all-around great guy, Gary Colletti.
Oh, always too kind. Thanks so much, Mary. And it's wonderful to see all of you out there. I'm imagining students across the country who are watching. And yes, it's a little unusual seeing us because you may be used to our voices on our podcast, Fabric of History. But really, the exciting part of Constitution Day today is that we have Nick Capodice as our guest. Now, there is far too much to say about Nick Capodice. So to do justice, Nick, do you mind telling us a little about yourself?
Not in the slightest. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Rachel. Lovely to see everybody today. Happy Constitution Day. I was just telling Mary and Gary, I was up till 1:30 arguing about it last night. Anyway, I am the co-host and co-producer of a podcast called Civics 101 out of New Hampshire Public Radio. Real quickly, it's a podcast about how our government works. And every episode we focus on one thing. We've got about 200 episodes so far. And we do we do episodes about different Supreme Court cases, about understanding, pieces of legislation. We do an episode on all the branches of government, all the foundational documents. And we like to slip little jokes in whenever we can into the credits or the episodes themselves. So if you haven't listened, you can find us wherever you listen to podcasts. But I've been working here for, my goodness, 3-4 years, and I'm delighted to be talking with you folks today about some of my favorite stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. We're really excited that you're here. So as you heard, Nick has a podcast. Gary and I, our names rhyme. We also have a podcast, The Fabric of History. You can find all of our podcasts on Stitcher, Google Podcasts, Apple Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your favorite audio. And we had this brilliant idea to join our podcast forces together for good in honor of Constitution Day and think about what does the Constitution have to do with student rights? So it turns out that the Supreme Court recently issued a decision that's all about student expression. Right, Gary?
Absolutely, yes. The Mahanoy v. BL case was one that, Nick, you joined us to talk about. And to back up why we wanted to talk about it, as Constitution Day is today, we start with the Constitution with this really set of big concepts and big questions and big ideas. So in speaking with you, Nick, we talked about this case to say, sometimes you need to kind of break it down. And as you said, focus on one thing. So we really want to talk about students and the First Amendment. And from that, you rightly said to talk about the Supreme Court cases and this specific one and get into those big questions. So on our podcast, you went into great detail about it, just as a very contextual what we're talking about. In Mahanoy v. BL, a student, she was 14 at the time, did not make the varsity cheer team and had issues with soccer and whatnot. She went to Snapchat outside of school, outside of the time of school, and posted using some choice phrases that I won't repeat here about the situation. This Snapchat was seen by a number of people, got back to the coach, and she was suspended for 1 year from the JV team that she was on. So she was going for varsity, was on JV, and that is where things happen. So before even deciding the case, this raised all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm going to put you on the spot, Nick, and say, all right, in this case, what are ways of looking at the big questions of the Constitution in this particular case?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question and not on the spot at all. And I do just want to say, if anybody who out there has comments or ideas or questions, throw them in the chat. We'd love to chat about them today before we go into the podcast itself. So yes, if we're talking about, what should we be looking for? There are copious cases about free speech in school. And, historically, since the 1960s, every Supreme Court decision has kind of zoomed in on a tiny, made speech in school a little more restrictive, honestly. But when we're looking at a free speech, quote unquote, violation, we have to look at three things, which are time, place, and manner. So when did the speech happen? Where did the speech happen? And the manner, which is how did the speech happen? This case, she was a student. It was not during school hours. It was not at her school. And the manner was Snapchat. So the question is, can BL, who is the petitioner or the respondent in the case? I believe the respondent in this case, was her freedom of speech violated because she made this Snapchat outside of school hours? And that's the question. I'm a father, and I work a lot with teachers. The idea of when we're at school and when we're not at school, especially in remote learning, has become quite nebulous. So this is why this is such a fascinating case. And that's why I'm curious to what you all have to think about it, because when are we in school and when are we not in school when we're doing remote learning? And that's one of the reasons why this case is just so gosh darn interesting. What do you think?
Absolutely. So I think another important part, if we're thinking about the time, place, and manner for this case, is she's on her personal cell phone. Like as you said, she's not at school. It's her personal cell phone, and her snap is sent to her personal following. So that's I think is the interesting part, is that she's not at school, but she's talking about school. So was this disruptive? So in past Supreme Court cases, this disruption factor, is your speech disrupting school, is definitely an important part of the question. And I think that's what the Supreme Court was really focusing in on, was her speech disruptive enough to the point that the school was okay to limit her speech.
Mary, your point is valid about like the disruption. And I want to just say one quick thing. I won't go into all the Supreme Court cases that deal with student speech, but Tinker v. Des Moines is the seminal, free speech case. Mary Beth Tinker is a personal hero of mine. And that is when the disruption standard was created, 1969. But then as the years went by, it's not just disruption. So also vulgar speech is can be prohibited in school. Also speech that, if you write for a school newspaper and the school doesn't like what you're writing, that can be prohibited. That's Hazelwood v. Kuhlmeyer. And then finally, speech that advocates drug use, Morse v. Frederick, that can be prohibited in school. So her speech was vulgar. BL's piece of speech was vulgar, and it wasn't Snapchat. But like you said, can it be considered disruptive and vulgar if it's outside of school, if it's on her personal phone? And for all of you out there who don't like Supreme Court cases, picture the 9 stuffiest Supreme Court justices you can talking about Snapchat and cuss words on her cell phone. It's kind of delightful when modern day technology and students really challenge the Supreme Court. I like to think those 9 justices came out a lot better having learned about what Snapchat is.
I think that's a great point to focus on. Again, if you're out there in classrooms right now, or perhaps watching this later on and you're a student, what you're seeing the way that we're talking about this is that the Constitution within it has these big principles, these big questions. And then in your day-to-day life, you can look at elements. So Nick, you've done a great job of saying, when is it happening? What is being said? Have there been examples before? I think a word that we use a lot is the word precedent. And you've been talking about some of this before, some of the other cases. And so I think for our students, that idea of precedent is a really good way to research things. Could we talk a little more about how precedent teaches us a bit about how to look at the Constitution when cases arise?
Yeah. That's a fantastic. I love talking about precedent because precedent is not permanent. When we say we cite precedent, so how did the U.S. rule before? How did what last time we dealt with something similar to this, how did we decide it? And we'll use that to determine how we should do things now. And most Supreme Court decisions don't just use one piece of precedent. They use up to 50, hundreds of pieces of precedent from previous relative Supreme Court cases. And my favorite thing, Gary, Mary, all of you out there, is when the Supreme Court looks at old precedent and figures out we made a mistake. What we decided in the past, that maybe wasn't necessarily accurate. There's a great Supreme Court case that deals with this, and student speech. It's a pair of cases about whether or not students should be forced to say the Pledge of Allegiance and salute the flag in the morning. The first one was decided in the early 1940s, Minersville v. Capodice, and the Supreme Court decided, yes, you must say the Pledge of Allegiance at school, and you can be expelled if you don't. And just a few years later, the Supreme Court looked at that precedent and said, you know what? We made a little bit of a mistake. Refusing to salute the flag is protected by that very flag itself. You have a constitutional right to not salute the flag if you choose not to. So precedent is also nebulous, and it can shift towards the betterment of who we are as a people, which I think is very important.
I think one of the things about this case that I think is really interesting is that you alluded to this earlier, Nick, when you were talking about how there have been a lot of cases dealing with student expression that have been sort of limiting speech.
Yeah.
But in this one, all of the courts, so the lower courts and the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the student and said, she was perfectly within her right to say this. So it was sort of a broadening of student speech. And I think that points to your point really well about precedent. It's not permanent. It's shifting, it's changing, it can be fluid. So I think that's really an interesting thing to keep in mind.
Well, there's a fun vocab word for anybody out there, which is the Mahanoy v. BL decision was what we call a narrow ruling. And before I worked at Civics 101, I heard the word narrow ruling, and I thought that meant it was like a 5-4 decision. Like it was a real close one. It was a squeaker in the Supreme Court. That's not what a narrow ruling means. When you read about a narrow ruling, it's that the justices write the opinion in such a specific way that it only pertains to this very particular case, right? So it pertains to students on their phone, using Snapchat, talking about perhaps sports and extracurricular activities related to the school. Like it's so specific that if another student in the future were to say some vulgar words on Twitter instead of Snapchat, and it wasn't about an extracurricular at school, we're going to be back in the court again, in the court again. And you can cite, Mahanoy v. BL as precedent, but it ain't going to be the same thing. It's a very narrow ruling.
it's been very helpful having help us build through how to look at these cases. So just to go back again, it is Constitution Day, thinking about the Constitution, big idea, and then it goes to these, something happens, a case, and you just said it, something may happen on Twitter on one day, you may want to protest something on another day, all these things may happen. Interpretation of the Constitution then happens. We started with a case, meaning the case comes to the Supreme Court. You mentioned precedent. And then we finally mentioned that there are decisions that are made, right? Decisions were made in this case. I believe it was 8-1, I believe, right? Yeah. So I think that's another one. The idea that in every case to look to opinions of the court, because it's not always 9-0, right? It is sometimes some division in some way. You may have those who put out an opinion that is the dominant one. You may have dissenters, right? Those who say, you know what, I don't agree with this, and I have something to say about it. Just for the purposes of today and Constitution Day, is it possible to talk about one of the opinions, specifically Justice Breyer? I think he had some really great things to talk about, and maybe that can help our students think about how to look at opinions and what you're looking for. And what did he say? What should we pay attention to?
There's so
you,
many
Mary, because you taught me this. You shared this quote
think,
with me, and I can't stop thinking about it. So you can go to town with this one.
There's so many good quotes in this opinion, and I know. So again, after they've decided the case, they are going to basically their opinion is saying why, what's their reasoning for their decision. So like Gary said, it's 8-1, and Justice Breyer writes the opinion, so he's explaining the reasoning of the court. And I'm going to read you just a really small part of his decision. And he said, the school itself has an interest in protecting a student's unpopular expression, especially when the expression takes place off campus. America's public schools are the nurseries of democracy. Ooh, that's such a good phrase, the nurseries of democracy. Like nursery, like when you have a baby, they're in their own special room, they get special care, they're being trained to be an adult. So are schools training us to be adults in a democracy? That's sort of how I interpret this quote. So if you're on Snapchat right now in your classroom, which I know some of you are, you are actually in the nursery of democracy. You had no idea, but there you are.
It's
training you for real life.
It's such a good quote, because I can't help but think justices, whether you have difficulties with one justice or another, that's you and cool. We have to be so careful when we are interpreting the Constitution when it comes to student rights, I believe, because of this. So there is you mentioned the opinion, and you mentioned Breyer's brilliant quote. One of the dissents in this case, one of the justices openly came out, Clarence Thomas, and said that he believes that Tinker v. Des Moines, which we consider the seminal free speech case, is unconstitutional. That decision was wrong, and that Tinker should be overturned. So I think it's very interesting that 50 years after Mary Beth Tinker and John Tinker, wore those black armbands, that we are still being careful, and we're worried, and we're considerate about how we restrict or expand the rights of students in schools, because they are nurseries of democracy. This is, when it comes to schools in the Supreme Court, universally, the justices right, we have to be careful here, because schools are the key to everything. Brown v. Board of Education, in the opinion of one of the most important Supreme Court cases in U.S. history, they wrote out, students, this is the gateway to citizenry, is school. And if we get rid of that, if we hurt that in any way, we are messing up who we are as a people. And I really appreciate that Breyer touched on, in this seemingly innocuous case of using Snapchat and swear words, we get to that brilliant quote that schools are the nurseries of democracy. And I could not agree more. I think that's a great, great quote.
I know many of you students out there are possibly thinking of questions and have thoughts and feelings. I hope we do. We're talking about schools being nurseries of democracy. It's funny, when we use the word nursery, I hadn't immediately interpreted that as sort of plants, like nurseries as in areas where you cultivate plants. I feel like, where you get trees, and clearly I don't go to them very often, but I think you can get lots of life there. And I think that's just to focus on that. That cultivation of how our culture comes out of schools, right? How these cases, how rules are tested, how expression happens. And I think that leads to another question I'd like us to raise around this, which is, thinking about how we navigate in this modern digital world, the kinds of big questions, right? The ideas of rules and etiquette, or etiquette is, just that fancy term for behaving in a way that's acceptable with others, or we can even get into what that means. But I think, how can we look to interpreting the Constitution, all the things we're talking about, to help us navigate the digital world of today and tomorrow?
It's going to happen, and there's going to be a strong decision about privacy in students' phones. It's going to happen in our lifetime. It's going to happen in your lifetime, gentle students. Does a teacher have a right to unlock your phone for one reason or another? There's a famous case about whether or not your stuff can be searched. This is New Jersey versus TLO, a case that's near and dear to my heart. Young lady was smoking in the girls' room. It's going to expand to the digital age. The famous quote in Tinker v. Des Moines in the opinion was, the students' rights to freedom of expression does not stop at the schoolhouse gate. What is the schoolhouse gate, though? Does the schoolhouse gate extend to your cell phone? Does it extend to your use of internet at night in your home? And I have no idea what the court is going to interpret. We can only think and talk about it. And this is where I want to know what students think. Should your phone be yours? Should a teacher not have a right to unlock it and to look within it, or only or is it in moments of dire safety? What instances should a teacher have a right to look inside your phone and your personal data? It's a conversation we're going to be having, so we may as well start now.
That's a great question.
And that's actually a question that came in from the audience. So that's a natural transition to
there we
our
go.
Q&A. I love it when the world organizes itself that way. The question is just that: how do you think this decision will affect the future of student free speech in light of the constantly changing technology? And I think this is something that you see the courts are kind of a lagging indicator on, right? The schools are going to be figuring this out. They're going to be testing solutions, and then the courts will come along behind and try and say, oh, well, no, that's the limit of privacy, or oh, no, that's the limit of where your ability to monitor is. But I think we are going to see a lot of kind of attempts by different school districts, by different states on how to address these questions. But so what do you guys think? How do you think this case will affect the future of student free speech in light of the constantly changing technology?
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's interesting to remember. So we look to the courts for decisions on these issues about big questions like expression and things like that. But that's not the only source of authority. Right? We have local school boards, you have PTAs, you have student government associations in your school. You have a voice in other ways. Right? In the Supreme Court are 9 justices. Their average age, I think, is 64, and they're not elected. Right? They're appointed, so they're approved by Congress. These checks and balances in action, but it's not. So I think that's a great question. I feel like I'm punting a little bit on this question.
Just like they do.
Yeah. I learned from the best, my students. So I think, but I do think that's worth keeping in mind, is that, going to the Supreme Court is, we don't do that every single time there is an issue. Will it come to the court? I think absolutely, as you guys are saying, but this isn't the only place where we're going to see this question.
Absolutely. Yeah. And actually, our friend Ms. Gordon from South Carolina is back in our chat today. Hi, Ms. Gordon's class.
Hey, Ms. Gordon.
Hello. Hi. So Jabari wants another explanation. Can we talk a little bit more about that idea of a nursery of democracy? Can we flesh that out a little bit more? He didn't quite understand what we were saying, and I think it is such an important idea for what is the purpose of school in a democratic republic.
Yeah, Nick, do you want to take this one?
No pressure. So we did an episode called we did a series called, I'll be quick. We did a series, Jamari, called Life Stages School. And it was all about how can the government intrude or, get involved with you in school. And the answer is that school, unlike anything, just about almost everything else, there is no federal involvement. There's very little federal involvement about what can and can't happen in your school, right? And constantly this question gets brought up in these cases of what is the purpose of school? And I think what Breyer is saying is that the purpose of school is to create good citizens, thinking citizens, kind citizens, good Americans, whatever you want to call it. And if we endanger that, then we are doing something disastrous to our nation. I am a personal advocate that civics and government and social studies and English and literature, if you stop doing and researching those things, then we are hurting democracy. We are hurting the future of the United States. The goal of schools, in my opinion, should be to foster good, wonderful citizens to make a better tomorrow. School is not just a place to make automatons or to teach people science and math. No, schools are a place to create good citizens as well. And I think that might be what he's saying. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. You have taught me as well in this conversation the value of looking at the Constitution in terms of what is going on around you. The more that you're familiar not only with the Constitution, but with that word precedent or other opinions, I think can only bolster your own perspective on what you experience on a day-to-day. And you might see that there are things that are worth your voice. And I think we've learned that in this conversation. Mary?
I just want to add, so I think if you're in a nursery, that means you're sort of in the training ground for what comes next. So the nursery of democracy, you're in school, you're going to encounter things that you don't like or you don't agree with. So the school district, the coaches didn't like this student's snap because it was saying bad things about the school. But in a democracy, and Breyer goes on to say, you have to have this marketplace of ideas. You have to be exposed to different ideas, to different opinions. You're not always going to like what you hear, but you have to be able to function and respond to ideas that you don't like to make sure our democracy works. So you're in the nursery of democracy now. That means real democracy, right? Without your teachers and the bells is coming your way soon. So school is such an important part of our lives to practice these skills of responding to people we don't like and trying to work out our differences and learning new things.
Yeah.
And having the space to do all of that. And BRI is always here to support those kinds of activities. Nick, we put a link to that episode in the chat on the YouTube stream for this. So that's already taken care of. And I just want to say thank you to all of you, the hosts of BRI's Fabric of History, our fabulous guest host of Civics 101, Nick Capodice. Thank you for everything you do to help bring life to civics and history for students, educators, and history enthusiasts across the airwaves. So thank you very much for being here. Up next, we have a replay of the podcast that you can listen to. We have it video recorded so you can see all the fun facial expressions that this crew makes. And then join us at 2:50 Eastern, 11:50 Pacific, and we're going to have the whole staff of the Bill of Rights Institute close out Constitution Day live here in Arlington, Virginia. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Thanks, Nick.
Hey everybody, welcome to a very special episode of the Fabric of History. I'm your host, Mary Patterson, and as ever, I am joined by one of my favorite colleagues, Gary Colletti.
Oh, hi, but thank you. Yes, happy Constitution Day, everybody.
So as you can imagine, for employees of the Bill of Rights Institute, the Constitution is a pretty big deal. And when September 17th rolls around, that's Constitution Day, we jump on the opportunity to talk about how the Constitution affects our lives. This year, we're celebrating Constitution Day by exploring the ways liberty and equality interact in the Constitution and how we continue to balance these principles in our lives. For this special episode of the Fabric of History, we're exploring how the Constitution connects with student expression in the 21st century. And to help us out, we are beyond excited to be joined by Nick Capodice of the Civics 101 podcast. Nick, thank you so much for being with us today.
Mary and Gary, the pleasure is absolutely more than half mine. Delighted to be here on this day of days, Constitution Day.
So if you have not checked out the Civics 101 podcast, I highly recommend that you do. It's a podcast refresher course on the basics of how democracy works. Not only are we big fans of the Constitution, but we're super huge fans of democracy. And they cover everything from Magna Carta to Moving Day at the White House. So it's really a great listen. So again, check it out. And again, Nick, we're super happy that you're with us.
The road of admiration goes two ways, Mary. Thank you so much.
So as you guys watch this video, think of questions that you'd like to ask Nick, Gary, and I. Nick will be back with us on Constitution Day to answer your questions live. And you can follow the link below to submit questions and receive a variety of useful resources, videos, e-lessons on the Constitution as we lead up to the day itself. So let's jump right in, shall we?
I'm ready to go.
All right. So Gary, you are very big on this idea of taking things for granted, or I think that that's something you've mentioned on our podcast before. And I think that
I'm sorry, am I a fan of taking things for granted? You mean like looking at things that we take for granted and exploring it deeper? I think. Gotcha. Yes, I am a fan of that.
So I think the Constitution is one of those things, right? Because I know I don't wake up in the morning and go, oh my God, I'm so excited that we have the First Amendment. But in reality, maybe I should, because, you know, the freedom of expression and the other rights enshrined in that First Amendment, they're incredibly powerful. But if you are talking about school and social media, then it starts to get messy. And we do love a good messy situation to talk through here on this podcast.
Absolutely. On a day like today as well, sort of focusing, I mean, that's a big question. That's our we're big fans of the big questions, but drilling down even more into what does it mean for students, I think is a great question. You had asked that before, right? So if it's Constitution Day, well, what does that mean for student expression and in their lives? And I'm so glad Nick is here, because I think even starting with that, I mean, where in the Constitution, you know, where can we go to the Constitution to think more about these things, to not take for granted about students and their rights of expression?
Yeah, I think about this all the time. We did an episode on the Bill of Rights, and we were delighted to have Dr. Bobb from the Bill of Rights Institute on that episode, as well as a wonderful scholar named Woody Holton. It's a funny contrast because, you know, Dr. Bobb was all about the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment, and Woody Holton, whom I love, in a bit of a waggish way, referred to the Bill of Rights as a tub to a whale. You know, it's a thing that happened, but, you know, nobody really thought about it at the time. And yet it has become my favorite part of the Constitution. I dare say many people out there watching this. And the First Amendment was my gateway to civics, was studying the First Amendment in college. So it has become this big thing. But the question to your question, Gary, like where in the Constitution does it say, you know, students have or don't have freedom of expression? Nowhere. I don't believe the word student is even in the Constitution. And these amendments, which we hold so dear, were not actually, no laws were struck down for being unconstitutional in regards to the First Amendment until the 1920s. And that blew my mind when I first learned that. It wasn't until, you know, Schenck, Gitlow, and Whitney and other of these cases in the 1920s that people started to say, well, this speech is constitutional, this speech could be considered, you know, not protected by the Constitution. And it's only through the interpretation of the Constitution from the Supreme Court that we do have a definition of speech, specifically also when it comes to students.
Okay, so starting with the foundation of questions about the Constitution, and as you rightly said, you know, you have to get to interpretation. I'm hearing, look to Supreme Courts, I love the word cases when it comes to Supreme Court, right? It's what's the case? Like it's a particular thing, but it's about something bigger. And so I guess, I mean, is it a given that we're talking about students? We're talking, you know, they are citizens, they have voices. That's something that, you know, I know in our programs, the big thing that we talk about is, you know, we want to hear from students. We, you know, they have things to say and do and express themselves. So what I'm hearing, if I'm correct, is let's look to some Supreme Court cases.
Yeah.
To kind of shine a light on this big question.
Let's see how we got here. I would love to do that.
Okay.
I think a really good point of departure for us is the very recent Supreme Court ruling in the Mahanoy Area School District case.
Very good choice.
Yeah. So this is this case is all about, well, before we get to, it's about First Amendment and can public school officials regulate off-campus student speech? So this is, I think, where it gets messy, because especially in, you know, today's world, where is the line between being on campus and being off campus? So before I get ahead of myself, let's lay out just the basic facts of the case here. So the decision was issued in June of 2021. So again, very recent case.
Wow.
And what happens is, a student, she was a cheerleader in the Mahanoy area high school. She posted a Snapchat video where she was upset because she didn't make the varsity cheerleading squad. So, she's 14 years old. And as you can imagine, I know I was kind of dramatic as a 14-year-old myself. She's very upset. And in this Snapchat, she says, she's talking negatively about school, about cheerleading, about her coaches. And it's a Snapchat, and she's off campus, and it's not during school hours. But other students show the Snapchat to the coaches. And because of this, she is suspended from the squad, and she gets in trouble. So her father and her end up, challenging the school, and then they end up bringing it to court, saying this violated her First Amendment rights. And I think what's really, there's so many things that are interesting about this, so I'm not sure where to go first. But ultimately, what the Supreme Court rules in favor of the cheerleader and says that punishing her violated her First Amendment rights. So those are the very basic facts of the case.
Well, the one thing we maybe should throw in there is that she wasn't just speaking negatively about the cheerleading team, but she used some rather harsh expletives that I would have been punished in school for using at the time too. So, that's just one more thing to sort of keep in the back balance of it. But to your point, I think the most important thing is sort of when this happened and how this happened, what time of day this happened for the cheerleader.
I think that brings up a great point. Again, for those watching, and perhaps you're already developing some questions here, Nick, I was wondering if you could help us out with, if we're going to be utilizing Supreme Court cases to shine a light on the Constitution and what it does, are there elements within cases we should take a look at, even in this particular case, that can help us kind of see more clearly the different things we should be looking for?
Yeah, that's what a great thing to ask. There is a great trio of words that we sort of think about when we think about Supreme Court cases and protections of speech in particular. In speech, it's the time, place, and manner of speech, the old TPM. So when you make the thing of speech, the place where you do it, and the manner. So we're exploring the time, place, and manner. So when did our cheerleader make that snap? Snap that chat. Where was she when she snapped that chat? And what was the manner? So it was outside of school hours. It was, I've imagined that in her home, and the manner was on Snapchat. So you take all those things into question, because schools are allowed to police speech while students are in school. And we can talk more about that a little bit down the line. But those are the things you want to kind of consider, and that these justices were considering when they handed down this decision.
So that's really important, if I can jump in on that, in terms of, you mentioned before sort of past experiences, right? Past cases that sort of willed this down. That phrase, the time, place, and manner, I also don't know that that's in the Constitution necessarily.
That's true.
Right? And so it came about. So I'm wondering if it's worth sort of backtracking and say, how did we even get to that in the first place?
Yeah. Should we go back to, how far back should we go, Gary? Mary, where do you want to go? To the dawn of time?
I don't know.
I think if we want to explore this sort of chronologically, we can sort of go through student speech cases and sort of investigate that and talk about that and see what y'all think about it. And if anybody out there has any questions or thoughts about this, we would love to hear it, because this is how you explore this issue.
I think Tinker is the case. It's not the first case dealing with student speech, but I think that it's sort of the landmark case. I know even before I was an employee of the Bill of Rights Institute, that's one of the court cases I just remember from learning in school. I feel like most people are familiar with that case, and it's kind of a big deal. It sets a big precedent. So maybe that's a good place to start.
Sure. Yeah, you want to talk about Tinker?
Sure.
It's my favorite Supreme Court case.
Well, now we have to.
For anybody who hasn't heard of Tinker v. Des Moines, then welcome, because that's how I was when I started working at Civics 101. I had not heard of Tinker v. Des Moines. I did not know any rules about Supreme Court decisions when it came to student speech. And now I consider myself a friend of Mary Beth Tinker. Mary Beth Tinker, her brother John, and a colleague of theirs at school, Chris Everett, I believe was his name, they had joined a planned protest. This was in the late 1960s during the Vietnam War. They wore black armbands to school to protest the deaths on both sides in the Vietnam War. Mary Beth and her brother John were Quakers. They abhorred violence in any way, shape, or form, in any time, place, and manner. And they wore these armbands to school, and the teachers warned them they could not wear black armbands to school, and they wore them anyway. And so the ACLU got in touch with the Tinkers, and they fought their case up to the Supreme Court. And the question was, can you wear a black armband in protest while you're at school? And the court ruled, and I believe it was 7-2, that yes, students do have a right to free speech while they're at school, with one very large stipulation, which is it can't be disruptive. What I love so much about Tinker v. Des Moines, one is that John and Mary Beth, to this day, Mary Beth was 13 in the 1960s when she wore that armband to school. So, you know, you can be 13 and make a huge difference, a court case that people are fighting about to this day. She was 13, she wore this armband to school. She now tours the country talking about why it's important that students have a right to freedom and expression when they're at school. She's made that her personal crusade, John as well. And not everybody was down with it. You know, one of the great quotes I thought was interesting is, I believe it was Justice Black who dissented, who said he was scared that it was going to usher in a revolutionary new era of permissiveness. Which is, you know, oh, heaven forfend, you know, the students feel like that they can contribute when it comes to speech. You know, I say, you know, unabashed, Mary, Gary, to all of you out there, yes, bring on the revolutionary era of permissiveness. I want to hear what everyone has to say, because as Mary Beth says, students, she says kids, we can say kids, students, you, whomever, have a tremendous ability to see what is unfair. More than I do, more than we three here in this room today. Students, kids, my goodness, yes, they can spot unfairness 1,000 miles away. They are a wonderful bellwether for, you know, determining what's going on in the world and what's fair and unfair. So that was a great case, right? Tinker v. Des Moines was kaboom. Students have speech in school as long as it's not disruptive. And as the years progressed, the courts ruled and sort of winnowed away at that and said, well, this kind of speech is not permitted, and this kind of speech is not permitted, and this kind of speech is not permitted. And through, goodness me, 50 years, we get here where a Snapchat video, if I'm not wrong, the Mahanoy case is the first victory, the extension of students' rights in the Supreme Court since Tinker v. Des Moines in 1969. I think.
I think so. Tinker, well, there's a couple things come to mind.
I know. This is our thinking faces.
Yeah, our thinking
People
faces.
never usually see our thinking faces on our podcast.
I will say this quick comment though. I love that the Tinkers are still, you know, they really are, even to this day, talking about students and expression and you know, making a stand for what you feel is right. Because I think so often we hear about a court case and we're like, oh, that happened then and it doesn't really matter anymore. And, you know, a lot of these Supreme Court cases that you get doled out in school, they did happen a long time ago. But here's an example of someone who was very young, like 13 is quite young.
Yeah.
Made it, you know, this has a huge impact even to this day. But it didn't stop there. Like the story continues. So I love that part of the story because that's something we don't often hear. But the other thing that's really the phrase that comes out of Tinker that I think is really interesting and relevant to the Mahanoy case and even beyond and what come next is that students do not, quote, shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate, end quote. So I think it's this schoolhouse gate that's what's getting messy. Like it's, if your speech is disruptive, if it's, you know, like if it's really harmful or if it's sexually explicit, which has happened in some other court cases that came to the Supreme Court, then to me, like as a mom and as a former teacher, I feel like that makes sense to kind of shut some of that speech down. But in the case of Tinker, it was, you know, it was something very simple. It was just wearing the black armband. So feel like I went a lot of places there.
No, I love that. I love exploring, like the gate has gotten quite wide, hasn't it? When does the gate begin? When does the gate end? Students who are be learning remotely, is your home within the schoolhouse gate now? Students who are involved in extracurricular activities after school, if you're texting your friend about a play that you're in, are you still in the gate, or are you out of the gate? And people who are working from home, we feel the same way. You're never not at work, and you're always at work at the same time. Same with school when we're doing more remote learning. So I think this decision, this precedent, it's got to come up again and again and again as we're reinvestigating where that gate, Mary, begins and ends.
So to drive back to where we started about the Constitution, we've mentioned a couple of cases, and these cases, when they were occurring, may seem very different. In one, it is a young person who has thoughts on a war that was happening at the time, a conflict, and ways of protesting that or calling attention to it. And the other, it was a personal event that, for our point of view, is modern, but is happening today, that is happening personally, but was trying to express themselves through a technology that did not exist decades ago. They may on the surface seem different from each other, and yet we are talking to them as connected because these cases help us better understand the Constitution and how it applies to students, right? So I suppose one wrap up big question I'm thinking about is that how it generally works? Is our understanding of the Constitution pieced together from individual experiences, or do we start with the big ideas of the Constitution and apply them to these individual experiences? Or both?
Well, when you read a Supreme Court decision, right? When you read a Supreme Court decision, what you're really going to be looking at is precedent. You're going to look at other cases that have been cited. And the older we get as a nation, the more precedent we have to look at. Gary, it's easy for me to lionize Mary Beth Tinker and to take our cheerleader case and be like, yeah, but this was someone just sort of using curse words on Snapchat, to say they're two completely different worlds. I love that someone using dropping bad words on Snapchat is given the same sort of constitutional, judicial weight as somebody protesting death in a war. Because that's how the Constitution works. It applies to everybody and everything. TLO v. New Jersey, you got a 14-year-old girl smoking a butt in the girls' room and having a bag of weed in her purse. Mary Beth Tinker wears an armband. Hazelwood v. Kuhlmeyer, she writes about teen pregnancy in her newspaper. Matthew Frazier makes a rude speech in front, nominating his friend for student council. I just wanted to say that all these cases, regardless of if they seem of great import or not, are part of who we are as a nation when we're investigating how the Constitution applies to us.
I will piggyback on that, Nick. I think that there was in the decision in Mahanoy, Justice Stephen Breyer wrote the majority, and he had this wonderful quote about our cheerleader. He said, "It might be tempting to dismiss Levy," Brandy Levy was her name, the cheerleader. "It might be tempting to dismiss Levy's words as unworthy of the robust First Amendment protections discussed herein, but sometimes it is necessary to protect superfluous, or the seemingly silly, like this rant on Snapchat, in order to preserve the necessary." So I think, we talk about these foundational principles, these founding principles here at BRI, like liberty, equality, your First Amendment protections. They are these sort of ideals, these standards that we're always using as our guidepost. And you're right, sometimes it's, protesting a war that was terrible. I mean, all wars are terrible, but protesting war, and sometimes it's complaining. It's this rude, crude, juvenile rant about not making the varsity cheerleading squad. And so they seem, as you said, one doesn't seem so much a heavyweight as the other, but it's still your freedom of expression, right? Mm-hmm. And I think the ruling in Mahanoy basically it is protecting that. Sometimes kids say things that are unpopular, but you're still you still have that right to express yourself with restrictions. But this was a case in which, you know, she was off campus, and the decision was, the lower court ruled in her favor as well. And the decision was 8-1. So most of the justices are sort of across the spectrum agree with it. So I think that's, to me, that's part of the fun of it, is that we have these principles that have been, they're like eternal in a way. And it's just, how do we interpret them? How do we apply them? Things always can fit underneath them. And I think that's sort of the beauty of the document itself, whether you're talking about the Constitution or whether you're talking about the Bill of Rights.
And in a bit more of a like fun side note way, it's also quite beautiful that these judges, mostly around the age of 60 and older, learned a lot about Snapchat very quickly, learned a lot about cheerleading. And, you know, there are some funny quotes of these justices sort of talking about what she did and how she should be punished or not punished. But you mentioned Justice Breyer. I think, Mary, you and I were talking a little earlier. There was a quote, and I hope I get it right, that you told me about Justice Breyer, saying that classrooms are nurseries of democracy. Is that what it was?
Yes.
That I went to sleep last night thinking about that expression. I can't stop thinking about it. Because, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, you guys listening out there in school, you are in the nursery of democracy right now.
And that's
meaning where things are developing and
right.
Yeah.
And we recently did an episode on Brown v. Board of Education, and the judge I was interviewing mentioned the quote that education is the very foundation of good citizenship. That came from Earl Warren's opinion in Brown v. Board of Education. You know, school, you know, you can look at it as drudgery and a chore, but then in your heart of hearts, you are truly, it is the cornerstone of citizenship. It is the nursery of democracy, of figuring out civics. You know, one of my soapbox things is that civics isn't just how a bill becomes a law and the difference between the House and the Senate. Civics starts when you're 1 year old. Civics starts when you learn how to share toys with your brother. Civics starts when you learn what you can say and not say in kindergarten, and it never stops.
It sounds to me like, if the question is what does the Constitution have to do with student expression, I feel like everything, a lot. I would aim from what you're saying, it sounds like, well, student expression has a lot to do with the Constitution and all the different choices and the things that on a day-to-day level, it sounds like it's everywhere. That's sometimes what makes it hard to see, but if you take a few moments to look, you could see it in classrooms right now that you yourselves are sitting in. So that was excellent. That was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've come to this conclusion before on the fabric of history, but what you say matters, where you say it, how you say it. So, I mean, you may not have a Supreme Court case. I mean, you might not be in a Supreme Court case in your lifetime, but you're still a citizen. And so you're still like a fabric, you're a part of this fabric, our society. So you matter and you have a right to express yourself. And then, but there are limits on that. And that's the fun, and that's the discussion. So because you are citizens in the fabric of our society, we want to know what questions or comments occurred to you as you're watching this video. Use the link below and send them directly to us, and we'll answer them and talk through them on Constitution Day live. In the meantime, check out our other videos we've designed for Constitution Day, including an analysis of the Constitution itself and why it is relevant to students, a trip to Mount Vernon to explore what historic structures can teach us about the complexity of our country's founding, and more. We'll be exploring these issues all year, so stay involved with us on social media. Look out for more events and ways to get involved. Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. You have to check out Civics 101 to hear Nick and his co-host Hannah. They're amazing. So again, Nick, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Thank you, Gary. This has been an absolute delight.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for spending some time with us on Constitution Day.
Anytime.
All right, we'll see you on Constitution Day, everybody. Until then, keep asking questions.
Thank you so much for joining us here at the Bill of Rights Institute for Constitution Day Live. Today is about the Constitution, but it's also about you. The Constitution is for you, and it lives through you. So, from all of us here at the Bill of Rights Institute, we want to wish you a very happy Constitution Day.